Good evening, all.
Hi, Chief. How are you?
I'm well, and you, sir?
I'm well, thanks.
Good.
Nice to see you.
Always nice to see you all as well.
Thank
Hopefully the COVID updates will stop sometime soon. So, in our lifetime.
Okay, we're just waiting for Selectwoman Gilman. Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf will be a few minutes late, but should be with us by the time we do the introductions. Okay, I just reached out to Selectwoman Gilman. We'll give her another moment. I'm going to give Selectwoman Gilman, excuse me, another minute, and then we have a quorum. If not, we can start, and I'm sure she'll join us soon.
I think you can go ahead and start. I think once we're through the introductions, she'll
She'll be here. Okay. Okay, it is 6:35. We have a quorum of the Select Board. I will now call the meeting to order. As chair of the Town of Exeter Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Public notice of this meeting was posted on the town website and on the bulletin board of the town offices at 10 Front Street on April 9th, 2021. As provided in that public notice, the public may access the meeting online and via phone. We remind folks that the usual rules of conduct and decorum continue to apply. All votes taken this evening will be done so via roll call, and I'll start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting and who that person is, which is required under the right to know law. Good evening, Selectman Darrell Brown.
Good evening, I am alone.
Terrific. Vice Chair, Selectwoman Molly Cowan, good evening.
Hi, everybody. I'm here alone.
I am Nico Papakostandis, and I am here alone in the room. Along with us, we have Interim Town Manager Melissa Roy. Good evening, Melissa.
Evening, and I am alone in my room.
Okay, and also with us is our Recording Secretary, Joanna Bartello. Good evening, Joanna.
Good evening. I'm here and I'm alone in the room.
And I see that Selectwoman Gilman is joining us. We'll give her a moment.
I'm here and I am alone in my room.
And I shall introduce that you are the clerk. Good evening, Selectwoman Gilman. Nice to see you.
You too.
All right. Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf is running a few minutes late, and she asked that we start without her. She's going to join us in just a few moments. At this time, before we get into our regular agenda, though, I would look for a motion to enter into non-public session.
Mr. Chair, I move that we enter non-public session under RSA 91A:3, Roman numeral 2E.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectman Woman Cowan.
Aye.
The clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. We'll enter non-public session, and then we will come back when we finish. Okay. Apologize, I had a little trouble getting out of that one. We are back from non-public session, ready to begin the regular portion of the April 12th, 2021 Town of Exeter Select Board meeting. Joining us, we have Selectwoman Levy Roundtree-Olaf. Good evening, Selectwoman Roundtree-Olaf.
Good evening.
And if you could just say if you're alone in the room or not, please.
I am alone in the room.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Next, we'll open it up to public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to have comment for the select board. We do ask, though, that if your comment is relative to an agenda item, that you wait for that particular agenda item to come up. And at that time, I will pause for a moment to see if there's any public comment. And I see one hand up. If we could let him in. Your name and your address?
Hi, Jeff Brubaker, 20 Main Street, Phillips Exeter's campus.
Good evening.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I'd like to just make a very quick positive comment. I wanted to thank the Public Works Department for going out and restriping some of the crosswalks on Water and Main Street. I know there was one pretty faded, so the new paint looks nice and the crosswalks are more visible. So I just wanted to thank the Public Works Department for doing that and making and for all of their efforts really to make the town of Exeter more walkable. That's all I have.
Terrific. Thank you. We will pass that on to the Public Works Department. Appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll pause for just another moment to see if any other hands are up. Okay. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. We do not have any proclamations or recognitions this evening, so at this time I would look for an approval of the Exeter Select Board March 29th, 2021 minutes, unless there are any amendments or revisions.
Mr. Chair,
29th minute.
Go ahead, Daryl.
I move that we approve the March 29th minutes.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Selectman Brown,
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan,
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree-Olaf.
Aye.
The clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We do not have any appointments tonight, so we can jump right into our discussion and action items. And first, we have our regular COVID-19 updates. We have Chief Wilkin with us tonight. Good evening, Chief.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chair and Select Board. Happy to be here. And I want to echo Mr. Brubaker's comments. It's a sure sign of spring when you see the crews out restriping the road. The town looks so nice with all the crosswalks and stop stripes done. It's, like I say, we can tell winter is behind us. But I wish COVID was behind us, really. We're still running a stretch of some really bad and trying times. The state had 2 days with over 500 each day of positivity over the weekend. Exeter didn't fare much better. I obviously wish the news was better, but in the past week, there have been almost 2,900 cases statewide. Exeter's had 44 cases just in the past week alone, and this weekend we didn't do well. And it's hard. I talked to my state partners and other communities, and I think we all think it's a combination of COVID fatigue, just people getting out and about. The feds talk about being this strain of the variant that's very contagious and more getting it. On the positive side, I like to look at the positive things. The death rate, a fatality rate is not as high as we saw earlier in the pandemic. There have been a few people passed this past week, but not in the numbers we saw. But it is disturbing to see people, many people wondering about. I know James and I had calls today that it seems there are more people downtown without a mask than with a mask. And you know, we just ask, and we hate to harp on it, that we're not done yet. We're trying diligently to vaccinate as many as we can, both locally in our local mobile clinics and the state sites. But until we get there, we really need to just keep it going for a bit longer and see where we go. We want to turn the numbers around. So. But the fixed site has moved to the Fox Run Mall, or I guess now it's Mall at Fox Run for the new folks out there. They're vaccinating about 1,500 people a day. I am hearing that there are still some vaccination spots during the days available. So those that wish to move their vaccinations up, feel free to jump back on Vinny, take a look. They may be surprised that there are some vaccination spots available more quickly than perhaps the date they had originally signed up for. But they are moving people through at not quite double the rate we were doing at the high school, but certainly at a much more efficient rate out there. And we've heard positive things from that side as well. Chief Paisan is still leading our mobile clinics. We're back at the schools this week. We started the Truck Learning Campus today, the SST in Newfields, and all week long we'll be finishing all of the schools within the SAU with a big push on Saturday with the high school, cooperative middle school, and the 2 Exeter schools. So all of our teachers, staff, faculty will be vaccinated with their second shot by Saturday. And of course, we know it'll be a couple of weeks before we believe they'll be fully protected, or as protected as they can be, but at least they'll have 2 doses on board for that. With that, we've also been vaccinating Swampscott View Apartments, 277 Water Street, we call it. Tomorrow we'll hit the Exeter Mill properties, and we're still doing the mobile clinics around town on their second doses. All things looking positive there, and we see nothing but smiles when we get out to those displays. Let's see, we're wrapping up all the rest of the town. I wanted to point out also something I neglected to do, that in our within our mobile clinics around town, we were able to vaccinate all town employees and staff that wanted a vaccination. So that's a positive thing. We'll be hitting the town office staff tomorrow, the library staff tomorrow, and a handful of DPW personnel. Again, that is their second dose. So from a positive side, obviously fire, police, EMS was done very early in the process, December, January. And a lot of people were questioning how come some of the more like DPW, we consider them essential workers. Why weren't they included? But we were able to get them all vaccinated in our mobile clinics. We're happy with all that, as well as obviously the teachers then identified as the population there. Next, and I know I'm going to rain all over James's parade.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? Sorry to cut you off, but Selectwoman Round-Triola had her hand. I didn't want to cut you off, but do you have a question?
No, I put my hand down. He answered it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, Chief.
No, that's fine. I'm going to steal a little bit of James's thunder here. We're looking now, and James is working closely with Chief Paisan as our big push for vaccinations continues. And some of the conversations now we're having with the public health folks in the region are identifying some of the underserved populations that are still pocketed within our community. And as well as it was identified that perhaps some emphasis on our hospitality industries that haven't yet been realized would be a good thing to focus on. So we're very near future, we're looking at restaurant, a hotel, that type of employee, and we're pushing hard. We haven't yet been offered Johnson & Johnson in the mobile clinics. We've been asked to kind of do the clinics with Moderna. Obviously, Johnson & Johnson's a one and done, and we're hoping that if we do look at these the hospitality workers and all that, perhaps we can get some Johnson & Johnson so that we know their time is valuable. And often their work sleep cycle is different than ours, so because they're working late into the evening or into the wee hours of the morning. So we're trying to see if we can be as less obtrusive of their schedule so we can get the thing done. So, but that's where we stand. Wish I had better news. Some things on the vaccination front are going well. Some things on the COVID infection rate aren't going so well. But look forward to reporting out in another couple of weeks if we can get some better numbers.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Any questions for Chief Wilkin? Great. Thank you for your report, Chief. James, did you have anything to add?
Sure. The chief covered most of it. As of April 19th, the state is opening vaccinations to anyone 16 or older, regardless of residency. So that is going to open up an opportunity for us, especially like the chief said, with our restaurant and hospitality workers in town. I'm going to be working with our state partners as well as the Portsmouth Health Department in identifying not only those restaurant and hospitality workers in the local communities between Exeter, Portsmouth, the Seacoast region, but also those populations that suffer health inequity that have not been presented an opportunity yet. We'll be working with them. And also, as the chief said, I'm really pushing for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine for the state. With these populations, it can be difficult for them to find transportation or the time to get to these clinics. So if we can get the one and done vaccine, I think that'll improve our odds of getting more people fully vaccinated. So in the meantime, I've been working with Assistant Chief Pizon, getting caught up to speed with the vaccination program that he's been running. And hopefully at some point as we move into the summer, I guess the goal is for the fire department to kind of sunset on the vaccination program, and I'll pick it up and continue to run with it, kind of seeking out those harder to reach populations and going from there.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Murray? Great. James, thanks for all your work. And Chief Wilking, thanks to you and the department for everything you've been doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great. Okay, next we have our town planner, Mr. Dave Sharples, to go over the Epping Road corridor study. And Mr. Sharples, I think you've got some guests with you this evening.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to set it up and introduce it, in response to the ongoing and proposed development on Epping Road over the past couple of years that included 340 residential units, some commercial. The town installed a traffic light, as all of you know, and we also approved funding out of the TIF to conduct a corridor study on Epping Road to determine what improvements are going to be needed at build out, like to allow to accommodate the growth on Epping Road that we continue to see. So to do this, the town did engage VHB to conduct the study. And Greg Backus and Jason Plord are both, you can see they have the VHB background on them, so they're easy to spot. They are here to answer any questions after the presentation, because what they did was they developed a video presentation that Mr. Glowacki has, and hopefully just cue it up here and then watch the video that's narrated by, I think, Greg, and then there will be open to questions after the video. So I'll kick it to Bob Glowacki, and if he can play the video, that would be great. Thank you.
Great. Wonderful.
So why study the Epping Road corridor? So why study the Epping?
Just trying to get the audio to play on that first slide. If it doesn't work, I would just skip to the next one, Dan.
So why study the Epping Road corridor? Well, in 2015, the town voted to implement a tax increment finance district. And that district would begin at Beach Hill Road, which is north of Route 101 on Epping Road. And it would extend southward to Brookside Drive. It's a distance of about 1.6 miles. And the land use surrounding the corridor along that segment is partially undeveloped and then also partially underdeveloped. And the idea is that the TIF district would help stimulate economic development. And the money from the TIF funding would help pay for infrastructure improvements that would support that development. And the premise is that that additional development would then generate tax dollars. The study also includes the Brentwood Road Columbus Avenue intersection at the south end. And we studied multimodal operational and safety deficiencies, that's bikes and pedestrians. And we developed conceptual engineering and design recommendations. Within the study area, there are two different jurisdictions on Route 27. The first, shown in red here, is New Hampshire DOT jurisdiction. It's Class 2 secondary highway, and any improvements within that segment would require NHDOT approval. The orange area is town right-of-way, and it's urban compact, actually. It's still Route 27. And it is a Class 4 town road in that area. For motor vehicles, the corridor characteristics are generally that it's a 2-lane roadway, one north and one southbound lane. And there are turn lanes at some of the intersections, notably interchange, is where the only traffic signal exists within the study area. There are also two-way left turn center turn lanes between 93 and 78 Epping Road. And as this graphic shows, the speed limits vary within the corridor, mostly 30 miles an hour from Route 101 to the south, but the speeds get up to 45 miles an hour north of Route 101. For non-motorized facilities, that is bike lanes and sidewalks, there are no defined bike lanes, and the shoulders vary in width throughout the length of the corridor. Sidewalks are sporadic. There is not a continuous sidewalk on either side of the road from north to south for the entire corridor. So we did data collection as part of the study. We studied traffic volumes. Because of the timing of the study, the traffic counts that we conducted in 2020 were, affected by the pandemic. But we calibrated those to counts that we had in the area pre-pandemic. So we were able to grow the numbers appropriately at the different intersections. We then projected the volumes over a 10-year horizon, and we used an annual growth rate that was predicted by the Rockingham Planning Commission. We then looked at whatever known planned developments there were adjacent to the corridor. That is, land that was going to be developed in the near future, because we wanted to determine what type of traffic that might generate. We also looked at development potential. So we looked at the vacant lots that didn't currently have plans to develop, but that could develop. And we did that by looking at zoning requirements to see, what could be built on those parcels. And we used GIS information to determine how buildable were some of those lots. Were there wetlands on the lots that would really restrict the amount of development? Was there sewer and water to those lots that could help development? So we created trip generation, that is traffic trips that would be generated for all the land along the corridor to come up with future year traffic data. We also looked at crash data. That's an important consideration on a corridor like this, where you have a number of intersections along the way. So we did get data from the Exeter Police Department, and that helped us understand crash locations, frequency, and if there were any crash patterns. So we took our traffic projections and applied them to the corridor as we know it. So keep in mind, this is full build out of all the surrounding land. And the amount of impact or the amount of traffic that needed to be supported is substantial. So we drew it up. We drew conceptual plans showing what would be necessary to accommodate that traffic. And the first thing we found is that all the side roads suffer from having the amount of through traffic on the main line and then the traffic trying to come out of the side roads. And we would end up needing 8 signalized intersections within this corridor, 2 of which would be at the Route 101 ramp system. So we also, drew plans for how many turn lanes, how many through lanes, and what we found is we would need continuously 2 northbound lanes, through lanes, 2 southbound through lanes, and then at all these intersections we would also need turn lanes. So the typical cross section of the roadway started to become pretty big, a minimum of 5 lanes, at intersections, if not more, depending on how many left turns you need, how many right turns you need. And in discussing it with the town, it was determined that this was not only undesirable, it was considered infeasible because of the amount of property impacts that would result, because of the construction cost. This is maybe a very, very long-term plan, but not something that is something the town would, initiate at this time. So the next few slides show our conceptual plans based on that full build out, that full future year build out of all the surrounding land. And as you can see, there are numerous turn lanes and travel lanes at the intersections. This one being just the first down at the south end at Brentwood. You can see that there are businesses and homes severely impacted. Going to the next slides, more of the same. This shows an area where at least there is a fairly standard typical cross-section, basically 5 lanes with raised medians in between the intersections. But again, there are definitely severe impacts to some of the abutting businesses and properties. Heading further north, more of the same, a fairly standard cross-section, traffic signals. Getting up to Continental Drive, which was recently expanded, but it would need to be expanded yet again to increase capacity. And this shows a potential future 4th leg to the Continental intersection. And then approaching the interstate, more of the same, widening turn lanes, traffic signals. Of course, these signals would all be coordinated, so there would be a natural progression down the corridor. But still, it's a lot of improvement, a lot of signals. And then this just shows the ramp system with 101 being expanded with additional turn lanes. And in fact, it appeared as though the bridge over Route 101 might actually need to be widened to accommodate some of those lanes. So, again, the cost of this type of improvement becomes substantial. So the next thing we did is, still keeping with the full build out scenario where there's a lot of traffic in the future build year, we looked at it and said, well, what could we do differently than traffic signals at all of these intersections with their multiple turn lanes and, it really expanded right-of-way width? Well, we looked at, instead of traffic signals, could we do roundabouts instead? They would be multi-lane roundabouts, and there would be fewer of them. And the thought is that between the roundabout intersections, there would be a raised median. And the advantage over signalized intersections is that the roundabouts are a convenient way for people to do a U-turn and approach a business maybe on the other side of the road that you couldn't just cut over the median to get to. So we looked at, or we recommended 3 roundabouts, but still traffic signals up at the Route 101 intersections. This plan just shows how the roundabout is still fairly impactful right at the intersection, but beyond the intersection, it quickly narrows down. You don't have as many turn lanes, so you don't have as much widening. And this just shows how you would have basically a 4-lane section the whole way with a raised median, a narrow raised median in the middle. The roundabouts are also typically safer than traffic signals, and they calm traffic, they slow traffic, and one of their big advantages is that during off-peak hours, traffic really doesn't have to stop very often. There's more free flow. Just more of the corridor heading north. We would keep the traffic signal in Continental. That one's working fine. We would still have to widen and add a few lanes, but a roundabout there was not proposed. And then traffic signals up at Route 101.
Bob, you may want to press the button on the screen.
Is that the end?
No, it keeps going.
Due to build conditions, we did recommend filling in any gaps in the existing sidewalk system. So there would be sections on both the east side and the west side of the corridor that we would recommend, adding sidewalks where none exist today. And then for bikes, we would just recommend providing a consistent wide shoulder on both sides of the road, so that there's no, neck down areas where cyclists would be in peril. So the intent is to improve both bike and pedestrian access along the corridor. So as you can see, the full build roundabout alternatives still were fairly impactful along the corridor. So we then drew plans that were more of a moderate future build out that we considered more of a midterm condition. And by doing that, we reduced the number of lanes that were needed, the number of turn lanes, especially at the intersections. And this seemed to be more of a balanced approach that was more feasible, that the town could begin implementing really near term. So we will show you plans that depict more of a, like we said, more reasonable midterm improvement. So this midterm improvement plan, beginning at the south end, you can see is much more reasonable. It does not take as much property, if any. It's really more of a 3-lane cross section instead of a 5-lane cross section as we head north. You can see that some of the intersections would continue to be free flow without traffic signals. There may be pedestrian signals at some locations. We would propose, again, continuous sidewalks on both sides and center turn lanes. You can see here that we have through lanes on the outside and then a center turn lane to provide access to the surrounding businesses and side roads. This is just heading north. Here's Kingsway Ave. Again, 3-lane section. Continental would still be signalized, but really within the existing footprint. There's no widening needed there. The lanes that are there today would be just fine. From Continental north, we would be widening to get that 3-lane cross section all the way up to the Route 101 ramps. So the town asked us to recommend near-term improvements. Which piece of this corridor would be most desirable to implement improvements in near term, with a certain budget with limited funds. What would be the highest priority? So what we recommended was to improve the short segment between Continental and the approach to the Route 101 ramps. And the thought there is that the Continental intersection is signalized, there's full access, and if we could then extend some of those improvements up to the ramps at the north end of the corridor where the traffic is highest, it seemed like the best bang for the buck. These plans just depict what that near-term improvement project would look like. This is the existing Continental Drive intersection. Again, it's already signalized. We would begin at that intersection and head north with a little bit of widening to get that third center turn lane continuous throughout this segment. That would provide better, left and right turns, better free flow, all the way up to Cronin Drive, or Cronin Road, and the approach to the Route 101 ramps. That concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board for Greg, Jason, or Dave?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for Mr. Sharples. We have a Epping Road corridor part of the zoning ordinance. Where would that fit in with this?
There's nothing, I don't believe, I'd have to pull it and read it again, but it talks about landscaping and buffer, and this doesn't change. It's within the right of way. I think proposed, Greg, there's not really many, if any, right of way impacts with this, is there?
No, that's right.
Yeah. So I don't believe it really affects it at all.
Okay.
Selectman Brown, did you have something?
Yeah, just for clarification, this kind of improvement would need to happen before development can take place, or how does it relate to the timeline for improvements for commercial development?
Yeah, so I think it would not be critical necessarily for it to occur before, but certainly before full build out of development. And, if a large developer came in, they would probably want to time it such that it's phased with whichever segment is in front of their development, gets completed. Assuming that, they need front door improvements on Route 27, that's kind of what would drive needing to do the improvements in front of their development, really. Overall, and Jason's the traffic engineer here, but feel free to jump in. But overall, we would expect growth to just continue occurring. So I think having a game plan, that's what a master plan like this is for, a corridor plan is to have a game plan, do this first piece at the northern end, and then start picking away at the other pieces. And maybe you start selecting the high priorities depending on what's happening with the adjacent land. So,
thanks. And then how do we coordinate that with the state? So the off-ramp.
Right.
What's the general timeline for state responsiveness?
Yeah. So, I think now's the time to be getting on their 10-year plan with some of these improvements at the ramps. Some of the developments we're talking about here will start stressing those ramps, and to the point where traffic signals will be needed near term at the ramps. So, that has to be really high on the priority list, is to work with the state.
All right, the last one. And then if ramps are on a 10-year plan, what would bridges look like?
The long tenure, yes. It depends. It wouldn't be a new bridge; it would be widening a bridge. So it's it's not it would be incremental type costs that maybe you have to do with the ramps.
Thanks.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Those are great questions. Any other questions from the board? Mr. Sharples, what would be action item next steps for the board, if any?
Paul Vlasic, is Jennifer bringing, is there a contract on the agenda? I don't have the agenda right in front of me.
No.
The next steps would be, there is funding to do these improvements from Cronin Road to Continental in the TIF, and it was approved as such. Mm-hmm. and Paul Vlasic will be coming forward with a contract to engage VHB to conduct the design. That would be the next step. And then once the design is approved, they would come back to, show you exactly what's doing, what is being done, and, go out to bid and award a contract to get it done.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Greg, Jason, thank you very much for a very thorough presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, next we have Public Works Director Jennifer Perry to give us an update on the Swampscott Sewer Siphon Project. Good evening, Director Perry.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Yes, it's been a few months since we've been before the board to give you an update. Also online tonight, we have Mr. Bob Kelly, Chair of the Water Sewer Advisory Committee. And we, as a department, had met with the Water Sewer Advisory Committee back in March to discuss multiple alternatives that we had been considering. I think we had presented those alternatives to you as a board back in late February to try and hone in on what are the most feasible options for the town for dealing with these siphons, the sewer siphons that are in poor condition, in advance with the intention of expanding the capacity that had been driving this project from the get-go. And after some very good conversations, good questions from the committee, further investigations on our part, we did come up with an agreed approach that made the most sense. Will protect the town as far as providing us with what we feel is appropriate sewer flow. It will provide us with a most expedited approach for getting adequate sewer service across the river and will minimize the lead time. And that is to approach with installing 3 siphons, because we were going to be originally reusing 2 of the siphons and installing a 3rd new one. We think we should be abandoning the existing siphons. They're just not, there's too much liability, too much risk with moving forward with trying to repair those. If we get partway through that reparation project and then it doesn't work, that's a lot of money that we've put towards sewer siphons that would be lost. So we're recommending horizontal directional drill of 3 new siphons all at one time. Not a phased approach. The phased approach is more expensive. If we do it all at once, it is a savings over a phased approach. And that 3 new barrel siphon cost is approximately $2.3 million. We had set aside originally $1.4 million for the single barrel plus the rehab. So we are going to need to find an additional $0.942 million to be able to fund that work. Now, I think you're aware that we are investigating, we're pursuing with Ms. Roy's attention and working with Congressman Pappas's office, potential emergency funding. We know that there is the potential to fund this through sewer reserves if we had to. We're pursuing state and tribal grants through EPA and continuing to pursue funding with New Hampshire DES, trying to exhaust all possible alternatives for assistance. And we'll continue to do that. There may be additional funding that is becoming available through some of these American Recovery Acts and other infrastructure funding that's becoming available. Roughly the schedule right now, Wright Pierce, our design team, continues to work on this design. That work will continue through July will be the final plans will be available at that time. We would be going out to bid in August. And this is the best case scenario, right? If everybody agrees and we continue to work in this forward on the schedule, but bidding would be in August and construction could be as early as this fall. It would be about a 3-month construction period, so October through December. Then there would be a winter shutdown and final site restoration that would occur in the spring of 2022. And that's about the quickest that it could take place too. This is a reasonable schedule that we've been vetting with Wright Pierce and with other contractors. And the only numbers that are not included in this would be contingencies. I think we had explained if we had an immediate failure, complete failure right now, we do have to have a contingency, and we do have 3 different approaches for contingency. The least expensive would run approximately $400,000 to the most expensive, which is about $1 million. We don't anticipate that it's going to be needed, but as most engineers will tell you, you always want to have a plan in place in that, that off chance that there were a complete failure. So that is an update as of today that we're ready to give you. We don't have any action that we're asking of the board at this point because we are pursuing so many different other funding options, but we wanted to make sure that you were aware of the approach that we're taking.
Ms. Roy, on the work that you're doing through Congressman Pappas's and other efforts within the American Recovery Plan, are there any, of course, there are no guarantees that any of this would be approved or considered, but if it were in the best case scenario, what type of time frame are we looking for funding?
So through Representative Pappas, the funding would become available for FY22. And the American Recovery Act, if we find out that infrastructure would qualify under this for this project, the state has until May 1st to distribute funds to the communities, but the state also has a 3 different appeal is not the right word, extensions that they can apply for. So we would only get half of the money that was slated for us, and then we would get the other half before the end of the year. So there is some wiggle room there. We kind of joke, Jen and I, that we've been selling the story to anyone that will listen and anybody that we think can have a discussion with us. And so we really are trying very aggressively to help find some funds to help with this project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions for Director Perry? So Jen, of the approximately 0.9 million, let's say $1 million, you're looking at various types of way to fund this, of course, the last of which would be from the sewer reserve. Are there adequate funds in the sewer reserve if all else failed?
There are, but it's not an optimal approach. And the reason for that is, I think you've probably all been aware that our current reserves have been built up over the last several years in advance of paying off the wastewater treatment loan. And so this is taking away from that scheduled repayment. And we had already planned to increase sewer rates. This has been in the plans for the last 4 years since we did the water, sewer, and rate study. There had been scheduled multiple increases. There was one more increase that needed to be made to the sewer rates last year, but it was deferred because of COVID situation and wanting to respect people's challenges. And so we do need to continue with those rate adjustments this year. That's going to be important. But it could be done through reserves, but it does make our financial situation less strong.
Thank you. Selectman Brown.
Yeah, it's just might be the same question. In the event of a contingency, do we have the funds immediately available?
Yes, we do have monies for the contingency. Again, that would have to come out of reserves.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Good question. Ms. Roy?
I lowered my hand, excuse me.
Okay, sorry. Any other questions for Director Perry? We do have the chair of the Water and Sewer Committee, Bob Kelly, with us this evening. Good evening, Chairman Kelly. Do you have any additional comments or thoughts?
No, I think Jennifer's pretty much covered it. I would say that the committee overwhelmingly supported what she and Paul brought to us last month. Option 3B of the 6 options that she presented, or that they presented. I had asked Jen to do a cash flow analysis to see roughly when we would need those extra funds, because as she said, we do have the 1.4 million from a couple of years ago. It would be pretty much in the middle of construction. So if this optimal schedule didn't work, there would be another option where we could put a warrant on for next March, to take care of that, potentially a bridge loan if we did not get emergency funding from the feds. And unfortunately, there's a lot of draws on the sewer funds right now. So yes, quote unquote, the money is available, but I think Doreen, our finance director, would say that it's not like there's cash on hand waiting to be spent. It's available on paper. And so we're going to have to finesse this, the schedule and everything. And, we fully support going forward because it is an emergency situation and environmental risk and needs to be attended to, but we need to be careful that we don't spend money we don't have. But I think it's going to be close, but I think we can do it.
Okay. Thank you. Selectwoman Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment is coming from the state budget perspective, which wouldn't really impact this project, but it does impact the state aid grants for the wastewater treatment plant. And as you know, they have not been funded for the last couple of years. And in the proposed budget from the House this year, they would not be funded for 2022 or 2023. So that is an impact on our sewer rates when Ms. Perry was talking about when we have to increase our sewer rates, this is an effect of the state budget too.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Perry or Chair Kelly? All right, Jen, we'll look forward to additional updates in the future, and Ms. Roy, you'll keep working the phones for us. Thank you. Okay, Director Perry, you're up next again with the update on the Kingston Road sidewalks, please.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just give the board a brief update. As you all know, we did have a warrant article this spring that extended the timeline for the Kingston Road project out until the latest December of 2025. But the department's intention, obviously, is to continue to move forward as expeditiously as possible. We've been working very hard over the last several months obtaining easements. There were a total of 12 different property owners that we have to work with to get easements for the shoulder widening and sidewalk work on Kingston Road. There are 10 temporary and 13 permanent easements associated with the project. And so far, we have received easement documents, or the intentional, I won't get the proper term. It's not the actual easement, but it's the intention to allow the easement from 7 owners. And the other 5 we have made contact with, but we haven't received the final packages. I believe there may have been one that came through at the end of last week. So we're literally down to the last 3 or 4. And as soon as we have those complete, we'll be submitting that entire easement package to New Hampshire DOT, who will review it, And at that point, they would normally authorize us to proceed with bidding and going out to bid. So there's a very real possibility that we would be going out to bid this year. One of the things, again, cash flow is an important aspect to any of our projects. We do need to hear from New Hampshire DOT how they make the funds available, because it's an 80% funded project. It's a transportation alternatives program or a TAP grant. So there may be an opportunity for us to essentially leverage the state's funding and not have to advance the town's funding. And that would be, I think, an important aspect for us to pursue if we can. So that's a brief update on Kingston Road.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Director Perry? Okay. Thanks, Jen. You'll keep us posted?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have our Economic Development Director for the next few agenda items. First, to have a conversation with us about downtown parking. Mr. Wyndham, good evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Apologize, but I have so many items tonight. I'll be doing a bunch of reading. So starting with downtown parking. Okay. So parking and traffic congestion in downtown Exeter at certain times of the day is problematic. Exeter's planning and economic development departments are working with the select board to try to find the best solution to this situation. Our intention and approach 2 years ago was to study and implement parking solutions in the Lincoln Street corridor, followed the next year, by addressing the downtown district. In 2019, Exeter voters approved, to the tune of, I believe, is $112,000, might have been $115,000, the study and implementation of paid parking in the Lincoln Street corridor. Those plans are on hold for the time owing to the pandemic. Obviously, the trains aren't coming in. They will be, but not right now, so we just didn't do it. As recovery efforts continue to bear fruit and Exeter's downtown is becoming more vibrant, town staff believes now is the time to study and implement parking solutions. We are unable to use the Lincoln Street funds, as the warrant article was specific to that corridor. It is my belief that per American Rescue Plan Act funding parameters, use of said funds can be used for the purpose of a parking study. So I'm recommending that the select board vote that if we are able to use ARPA monies for such a study, that we allocate the amount of $15,000 for this purpose. We're going to get $1.516 million. We have received a quote from John Burke in that amount. Mr. Burke was a consultant we used for the Lincoln Street parking project. He did a great job, and his quote for downtown is $15,000. So that's what I have.
Okay, so to sum up, you're looking for the board at some point to authorize $15,000 for the study to come out of the $1.5 million we expect from the American Recovery Plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. If we do that, and he thinks he can get the study done or started anyway in August, so we would have everything done in plenty of time to have it on a warrant article for downtown parking, whether it's whatever way we want to go.
Okay. All right. Selectwoman Gilman.
Yeah, I just want to be clear here for those who are listening that what you're talking about now is a study for downtown as opposed to Lincoln Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board for Mr. Wenham?
So it would be advisable for us to wait until the funding is released to allocate those funds?
If you're asking me, I would say you could do it at any point, but I would say that we should know pretty soon. We're waiting for a couple of the aides to Pappas and Shaheen. Some of us economic developers are waiting for direction of what we can and can't use it for. I'm very, very confident we'll be able to use it for this and also for the siphons.
Okay, so allocating the funds now, we'd still have to vote to release them later. So based on, we're not sure if we can, so we might as well just wait.
Yeah, I would agree. Selectman Brown. Mr. Wyndham, have you talked with any of the businesses downtown, and what are their feelings about parking?
It definitely, different businesses feel different ways. I will tell you that it's a lot more positive now than when apparently the town looked at doing this some years ago, before my time. I know they had meters way back in the past, and then Celia Lanolic had put something together with the Chamber of Commerce. And I think that at that point, most of the businesses, it wasn't received too well. But we're using Dover as sort of our benchmark because they had a very similar situation, and the businesses at first were very much against it, and then after everything went in, they're now so much for it. They're really bullish on it. In fact, their parking manager was saying that he'd get run out of town if they were to try to take away the parking, because it doesn't just help parking; it helps traffic flow. It makes it so that business owners and business workers don't park in front of someone else's business. The way we would implement it, they wouldn't be able to do that and wouldn't want to do that.
Okay. And I certainly don't want to put any businesses on the spot unless, of course, they want to come to comment when we discuss this again. But when you bring it back to us, could we get some sort of data as to, percentage of businesses that may be in favor, or maybe some of the comments that they make? And then that way, we've got some kind of data to review.
Now that I have the business in good standing list and the emails, I can literally just send to the 900 Exeter businesses I send out the stuff, the information I put out about COVID-19 stuff. I can just send out a survey, ask them some questions, and then get some actual feedback. It doesn't have to be a yes or no thing. I can get anecdotal responses.
That's always welcome. Selectman Brown?
Mr. Chair, I spend more time looking at Water Street parking than I do at home. So I can tell you that a lot of spaces are used not by, customers or passersby, but by residents and other store staff. So,
thank you. See, that's the type of, Mr. Wyndham, the type of anecdotal data that we could. That's valuable. That's valuable. Thank you, Selectman Brown. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Wyndham on downtown parking before we get into the next agenda item?
Yeah, just one quick question. So the allocation for the study is just the study. It's not, not prescribing any sort of solution.
You could potentially allocate some monies for that, but you'd have to wait for the vote because it's going to be a town vote that would decide that.
Yep.
I think our intention, I don't want to speak for either Jen or for Dave, but I believe their intention is to use the money left over for Lincoln Street to actually implement Lincoln Street's parking solution.
Well, I mean, I think that this is very timely, when we're not in a pandemic, parking is one of the biggest things that we talk about and hear about. So, certainly I think spending some of this money that is available to be allocated this way will help us get ahead of the curve. I don't know that I'm convinced the pandemic will be in a place where it will feel normal by August. But I certainly hope that we are.
Great. Thank you, Selectwoman Cowan. Any other questions for Mr. Wyndham? Comments? Okay, moving along to mobile vending. Mr. Wyndham, I spent a good part of yesterday reading all of the information and the research that you did for us, which I found very interesting to see how some of the other neighbors, some larger, some smaller, handle mobile vending, and also the national report that you gave us was quite interesting. You were going to come back to us. You made a suggestion the last time you were before us about possible spots like Townhouse Common. I know I've given that a lot of thought, and I've spoken with Mr. Bisson about some ideas that could happen there. I think it's a location worth discussing, and I think there's potential there. I know we talked about maybe picnic benches or whatnot, and Mr. Bisson told me to get, I think, 4 really nice ones. It would be around the tune of $5,000, which, we questioned whether or not we had that in the budget, but he did bring up the point that he's not going to be using any of the furniture by the pool this year because of the pandemic and with COVID trying to keep them sanitized. So, I mean, that was a short-term option if that's where we decided that we wanted to go there. So I'll kick it back over to you to give us an update, and certainly, your recommendations as to, where you think, food trucks should be located. Obviously, it's a very interesting idea. So I'll turn that back over to you.
With your permission, I like a little rope here because I've done a lot of thinking about this, and I've talked to a lot of folks. And that report that you referenced that we have in the packet, I would encourage anybody to read that. And I'll tell you, if I was starting a business right now, I definitely think about doing this because there's a lot of good for that. So with your permission, I'd like to reread the memo I wrote last week so that folks that aren't familiar with what it was that we put out. And then I'll just finish. Okay. It won't take me too long. I promise I won't go too fast. So this is from last week. The town of Exeter's motor vehicle vending section of our commerce regulations may need updating. My office has been receiving complaints regarding motor vehicle vendors occupying prime locations in public spaces that A, take potential clientele away from high rent paying businesses, and B, take up parking space for potential customers. Rents on first floor Water Street in Exeter now go between $23 and $30 per square foot. Mostly it's closer to $30 a square foot. These businesses feel it's unfair to compete against highly visible motor vendors that don't have their overhead and don't pay rent or a mortgage for a storefront. Some have even accused the town of Exeter as subsidizing their competition. That was a quote. Others have stated our existing fee structure is too low and the annual permits are too long, particularly if an issue arises, leaving the town unable to address a remedy for up to a year. As visibility is one of the main drivers for consumers, Exeter's Economic Development Department has endeavored to find a solution that is fair to rent-paying retailers and restaurants and mobile vendors alike. While some have expressed a desire to do away with mobile vending, say for special events, the department feels otherwise. Mobile vending, if equitably managed, can be a good economic driver. So with your permission, I'd like to quickly share my screen. And I know I have permission to do that.
Please.
Okay. So the spaces, come on, there we go. So the spaces we were kind of looking at would be, thank you. These spaces right here, there's 6 of them. And I know Julie had talked about there could be some issue with putting signs up here so that people who didn't necessarily have smartphones could. So anyway, the suggestion would be to say, okay, these 6 spaces are for mobile vehicle vendors when they are permitted. So in other words, if they say they're going to be there the second Friday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or something like that, through the summer, one could get on the website and see that. They would make an application, they would ask for the time they wanted, and then we would say, okay, you can have that space. And then the sign would say, if you're going to park here, go ahead and look at the where the website would be, and the website will say, okay, we're going to have this person here. You're going to get towed at your own expense if you're parked there. Now, the people that park in those spaces are generally people that work Monday through Friday in the businesses around there. They would learn that quite quickly. There wouldn't be a big learning curve in that regard. One other thing we could do is require them to put cones out by 7 a.m. In other words, have your own cones and put them there with a temporary sign that says, hey, mobile vending today from 8 to 8, do not park here. There are ways to go ahead and make that work. The only other location that people had talked about, and I don't think it's as good a location, is the spaces directly across from the entrance to Swayze Parkway. In other words, across the street from the bakery. It is arguably a little bit out of town, a little bit not right in the center of town, but let me get rid of this. So that could be done as well, although we don't own the property that one would have to purchase goods from the mobile vendor from the sidewalk. There'd be no room for the space, whereas a townhouse common, we have control of. There's a lot of space up there, and if you did it somewhere else where we were purchasing stuff right off the sidewalk, you could impede folks that are trying to get by. So I kind of like that location. And I just have one more thing I want to go through really quick, because I did have a conversation with Clyde on Friday, and he made some really good points. So I got 2 things left I want to go into, and then we'll talk about it. The first one is I want to talk about the businesses of the other towns, what they do and how they handle mobile vending. Portsmouth designates 2 parking spaces, one on State Street, one on Hanover Street. They have a request for proposals on an annual basis. So every year you can go on their website and you can say, we want to be the vendor that goes there, and here's what we'll do, and here's why we'll do a great job. They have to bid on it, and their minimum bid is $5,000. So that's $5,000 a year for each one of those spaces minimally. Also, there's a $250 fee if you're on public property. And then all vendors, whether on public property or private property, have to get a mobile food service permit through Portsmouth Health Department, and that's $200. The way Dover does it is Dover is very cheap. They charge $200 per year, and you apply for the location. But the reason they don't have mobile vending, this is according to their parking manager, is the reason he believes they don't have a bunch of mobile vendors right in downtown is because they don't want to pay for parking all day because they have paid parking. And there's a bunch of other little things they have to do and to move and what have you, but that's how they do it. Durham doesn't allow mobile vending in their downtown. And Rochester, and this is a quote, we don't have a food truck ordinance or its own licensing. Food trucks are permitted in the Granite Ridge and conditional use in neighborhood mixed use, downtown commercial, office commercial, highway commercial, industrial, hospital, and airport zones. So they just don't have an ordinance and they don't really have an issue. Somersworth, I know, is they couldn't send me what they have because they're kind of like us. They're going through trying to redo the regs or something to try to figure it out. So here's the last thing I have to offer. So I did not reach out to Clyde's Cupcakes as I've been trying to keep this not about any one vendor, which is true. In other words, it's not personal. It's about trying to find a fair solution for everybody. Obviously to Clyde and his clients, it is personal. So I want to be clear, Clyde's not doing anything wrong. He's currently operating within the rules. He has a permit through, and I'm not sure exactly because I don't have it, between June or July, somewhere in there. The Economic Development Department has never had any oversight or responsibility for mobile vending, but because I was contacted by these businesses, I tried to offer up a fair solution. When I met Clyde on Friday, he made the point that he believes he's helping downtown businesses by drawing customers in and even recommending other town businesses. And I believe he is doing that and doing it well. He believes he doesn't compete directly with bricks and mortar businesses, his particular business. Since Cool Walker left, and I just want to let the public know that they didn't go under anything. Don Tim was offered a lucrative medical position in the Northwest and had to take it. So since they left, it's arguably true that Clyde's really not competing. So what I told him was I would try to see if Exeter could grandfather him for that location, saying, okay, well, look, you're here before we're talking about changing any of these permitting process. So let's see if you can just stay here and we'll put anybody else up to the town park or whatever, or somewhere else. But I told him I had to see if that was legal. So I contacted our lawyer, and this is a direct quote. She said, "You will be sued and you will lose." She says all businesses have to be treated equally. So that brings us to the conundrum. Do we open the downtown to mobile vending everywhere or in a specific location? Already, we have two potential vendors that are interested in locating in our downtown. One is a food truck that sells artisan Mexican cuisine, which of course would compete with Las Olas. And the other is a mobile vendor that sells arts and crafts, which would compete with Trends, Whirly Gigs, and others. I was even contacted by a dry cleaner who opined about parking downtown, collecting and passing out dry clean laundry. So my concern is that it is such a key location that we'll end up getting a host of such trucks in the spaces between town hall and town office building. It's been shown that when there is a concentration of mobile vending, people come in droves because owing to the lack of overhead when compared to bricks and mortar businesses, prices are lower. I personally love the idea of a clutch of mobile vendors in Exeter, just not next to the bandstand. So Scott Ruffner and Greg Bisson are planning some, I'd say, pretty unique things for Townhouse Common, including a permanent stage with tables and benches. Nothing gaudy or anything like that, but something that would attract music and potentially customers from mobile vendors. So we're in the situation right now with where it comes to Clyde. Clyde does an excellent job. He has an excellent product, so we want to see him stay. He certainly is going to stay in his location until his permit is up, and then you folks have to decide whether we want to try to find a location for mobile vendors, or do we want to just say, we're not in that business. We're just going to let competition be competition, and if you want to use a public space, just use it wherever you want, and we'll just see how that goes. So that's all I have, and I'm willing to listen.
Selectwoman Round-Triola.
Okay, a couple of thoughts. So I think this is two issues. One is finding out a place where we can have constant mobile vendors in a location, whether it be 1, 2, 3 days a week. My only concern is that it not be on the day that we have a farmer's market.
Sorry to jump in, but Clyde actually, to his credit, doesn't do it on those days for that exact reason.
Well, that's not part of what I'm talking about. This is about having a specific location that's for multiple food vendors, like the one that you mentioned near the police station, near the police and fire station, or elsewhere. So that's one thing. The location next to the bandstand, I think is unique. And if we are going to continue to have vendors there, and if you're bringing up that other people are interested in it, then what we need to figure out is, do we rotate? Do we then allow, you get 2 days a week, you get 2 days a week, you get 2 days a week, and that is how we do that. So there are at least 2 or 3 vendors who are able to utilize that location for various things. Like I said earlier, I'm not against healthy competition. I think, Clyde is right in that what he's selling brings people to a location that hopefully brings people downtown in general if they're using it as a primary location. About the prices, I think the prices that you mentioned for Portsmouth sound reasonable. That's about $100 a week. It's less than $100 a week. It's $96 a week if you're doing $5,000 for 52 weeks a year. So I think that's a reasonable amount for any business who's hoping to have at least 2 to 3 days a week selling within that location. I think it would be less if we're talking about a parking lot where people are only coming for 2 days and they're sharing it with other trucks as well. I don't know anything about knickknacks selling in a van or laundry, so that's out of my perspective. I'm not going to a truck to pick up laundry or dry cleaning, so I'll leave that to your research. But I think we have options here that could be beneficial to people in town. I think it'd be beneficial to people who have small businesses. I just think we need to figure out what makes the most sense and what's going to be the most economically equitable, fair to other brick and mortar businesses who are striving to do well in town as well.
Thank you. Selectwoman Gilman.
I think my first comment is about, excuse me, the safety of the patrons of these businesses. And I find that the bandstand area parking spaces are the least safe place to be. People are crossing the street from Water Street to the bandstand without using the crosswalk that is further up the street. I understand that you want to go the most convenient way, but somebody taking a left turn around the bandstand isn't necessarily going to see somebody walking away from a food truck. I know that we have spaces reserved for employees by the town hall, but I don't think all of them are reserved. So I would recommend taking a look over there, because then it's still in a prominent downtown location, but just safer. And I agree with Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf about our permitting and whether is it 2 days a week or 5 days a week, and how many at a time? And excuse me, I know Portsmouth has those 2 spaces. Do we want, and that's competitive, and do we want to talk to these various vendors about their business plan, what they need to do as far as making a survivable business, whether it's 5 days or 2 days? They might be going to other towns on other days. Maybe that's part of their plan. I don't know, but I would talk to the vendors that have approached you, Darren, about what is their business? Or business plan, and how much do they need from the town? I think the fees that we've talked about, I think the Portsmouth model is a good one. I think that we should not be giving away our spaces. We need to have some recompense for that. And I think that given that most of the traveling or movable places like a food truck or a vendor truck or what have you is not going to be year round, but they are seasonal, but for a long season, spring to through fall. I don't want to give away these spaces. I want to have somebody earn them.
Okay, in the order that the hands went up, Selectwoman Cowan and then Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf, please.
I'm happy that we're having this conversation, because I also agree that I think mobile vendors bring a vitality and different kind of customer to our town. I think it helps businesses. I'm sorry that some of our brick and mortar businesses do not feel that way, but I don't think that we should be excluding any, business that wants to come to our town. I also want to point out that townhouse common is rather underutilized. So I love the idea of having, a stage, a permanent stage, things that happen, music there, any sort of picnic tables are great. And the other thing that I want to point out is it is literally, and I counted, 96 steps away from where he currently is, where that parking space by the bandstand. And I am very sensitive because I spent, the first 2 years of my select board term hearing about the parking challenges that we have. And I believe that they are real. There's a reason that we are spending this money or talking about spending money on a parking study, because we have these parking challenges that are real. And I also think in order to sort of expand our downtown and make the best use of it, I think that the townhouse common with some investment from the town would be a great spot to utilize for mobile vendors. And then also another plug, I know I talked about this the last time we talked about this, but I live on the west side of town, and there is new business development that is really coming along and revitalizing. And I would just really encourage and push us to think creatively about how we can utilize mobile vendors up there, because it would be a great way to bring business customers, people exploring the town up to my side of the town. And I will totally agree with Julie and Levy about the fees.
Great, thank you. Selectwoman Rountree-Olaf.
So because I just wanted, I'm all about keeping things transparent. We're talking about parking issues, but we're also talking about closing Swayze Parkway. And that's a ton of parking that's close to downtown. So we have to be very careful about where we choose what's okay to shut down parking for and what's not okay to shut down parking for. I think that the number of spots that we're talking about is, in my personal opinion, not as great as maybe some people are feeling as they might be. I still think that having the location that was discussed, I went on a walkthrough with Scott Ruffner and team, because he was showing me what their proposed plan was with the benches and the tables and how there would be music and maybe 2 to 3 trucks. And I thought that was great. If we have something that's also downtown, like I was saying earlier, Darren, where you could rotate trucks out, because lots of these trucks travel. They're not sitting in one spot for an entire week. Also, some of these trucks do go 12 months a year. They're not just, spring and summer. They will sell in the winter, which I think is also something that we should look forward to, especially when PEA hopefully comes back and is fully on in town, which they now are, allowing students with chaperones to come back to town. So I just want us to think long term about how this is all going to make sense and how this is all going to impact businesses and what we actually want to see. And it comes back to if the businesses are feeling like these trucks are not paying what they should be, then that's the discussion that we need to have. Like, what's an equitable amount that we should charge trucks to take up a prime space? I'm not aware of any safety issues, because people cross, even before Clyde was parking down there, people were crossing all over the place. We can have a discussion about crosswalks downtown and what are ideal spaces, because I don't think people are quite using them to the safest location. That's a whole different discussion. So I just want to make sure that we're being accurate in what we're saying and the things that are concerning.
Great, thank you. Selectman Brown?
Thanks. I just had a general open question about if there's any institutional memory about the hot dog truck vendor guy from years ago. What was the arc of that?
That's a Julie question, I think.
Yes, that is a Julie question. The big argument there was his mostly permanent location on Swayze Parkway, which is an area where for-profit businesses are not allowed. you cannot charge to go into the parkway. You cannot charge for what is in the parkway. And I know you're going to say beer and chili fest, but hold on that. So eventually we did agree. We worked out an agreement with him for a space that he could use on the parkway, but had to be defined. So because the conflict was with the farmers market and he was infringing on their space. So we had to define an actual space that he could go to. At some point, the owner set up during the Memorial Day parade, and he set up on Front Street, which we do have a hawkers and peddlers permitting, and this fellow did not follow that. It was actually kind of nice to have him out on Front Street during the parade, but it really isn't permissible. So we have a little bit of conflict with the solution that we came up with, but it solved itself in the end. There was the same discussion about whether it was competing, is it popular, where's a better place, and basically the better place was where it was, only further down. And I don't remember how the trustees played into that at the time. So that was the last it was seasonal. That was the last official hawker and peddler that we had to deal with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Selectwoman Gilman. Mr. Wyndham?
Yeah, I just want to throw a couple things out there. The $5,000 fee Portsmouth charges is, or the minimum, I should say, the bid. I don't think we're there. I mean, the amount of people that walk by those mobile vendors is a lot more than here. So I don't think that fee might be a bit high. I would think $2,500 may be more in line. I do like the idea of if we have that, keep that one space Clyde's in now and make that an RFP process starting after his contract is up, or its application's up. That is a good idea. And then you have everybody else at a much less amount go to Townhouse Common. The other thing I wanted to point out was I did ask the police chief about mobile vendors in the middle there, and we were only talking about one mobile vendor at a time. And he thought that it wasn't such a safety issue that we should do anything about it, particularly because if we did, then the argument would be, well, certain people sell apples, they do other things that he would then have to crack down on in that space. So I think that's why he said it's just one business. I think he thought it was okay. So.
Mr. Wyndham, in your research, who within the municipality takes charge of the permitting?
Right now, it's Pam.
In your research with other municipalities.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the police department.
Okay.
They either have somebody who's in charge of that specifically, but mostly it's the police department.
Okay. And presumably, all of these future trucks are insured and they have to show proof of insurance?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just like we do with our temporary outdoor dining.
And are they subject to Mr. Murray doing inspections?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Selectwoman Cowan?
I am feeling a little uncomfortable with letting that one spot be a place that's open to the highest bidder, because what if the highest bidder is the person who sells, ceramics? That is, Clyde's isn't directly competing with anybody downtown as far as I can tell, but a ceramic truck would be. And so that would make me feel, I don't know how we would then decide to regulate if we're letting one person have that downtown spot and then putting the other people behind.
It wasn't just the highest bidder. It was a minimum bid. And then they did what you're saying. Portsmouth does what you're saying, is they looked at it and say, okay, who's the best of the RFP that we received fits for that fit. So they don't just go with the highest bidder. They take a lot of things into consideration.
And what we just discussed is also considering it 2 to 3 vendors who rotate within that time frame. If that's, I mean, because who's to say that we're going to get like more than 1 or 2 vendors interested in even going there? You know, we're assuming that people want to leave the current spaces that they're at in Kittery and Portsmouth and other places where they're profitable and doing well and want to come here. You know, I think we're making assumptions that aren't currently on the table. So I think before we even get to limiting the number of people that we would allow there, we have to see what's available. And I think,
well, I know, but we just heard from Darren that there were 2 other places that are interested. So
they're interested, but whether or not they can afford it, whether or not if they sat through and if we did a temporary summer session where we rotated through and to see what we have options. Like this is in our scope. Like this is for us to say, we'll do a test run over the summer, starting from, you know, May until August. We'll see how it runs. We'll see what's successful so that people aren't having to lock in for an entire year. And then we will renew come September with a year-long contract for vendors who want to, you know, move into certain locations. Because I don't know if somebody selling knickknacks in town center is really going to have the same appeal as somebody selling tacos or cupcakes or whatever the case may be. So I would rather see what we can do to increase the foot traffic in downtown rather than try to discourage businesses from wanting to come to our town, because there are other towns that are welcoming them much more freely. And I think that's where we should be right now.
I don't know that we're saying very different things because I don't want to discourage people from coming here either. I want to increase the number of spots that we can have people, you know, like I was talking about with somebody or a spot that's uptown. You know, I think that would be helpful for the businesses that are up there and for the residents who are up here. And then also, you know, wanting to really use the space that is underused in our town, that townhouse common. I think
all of that can happen. I'm thinking all of that can happen. I'm thinking that, like I said earlier, we have a couple of days a week where we rotate folks who are in downtown. It's a schedule on the website where we determine that will be. Then we also have in Townhouse Common 2 days a week, the different vendors that, you know, come off of farmers market time frame. And then if you're saying there's another location that's closer, you know, further out from town center, then we offer that. I mean, we have options. I'm trying to figure out how do we tap into all of the options and see who's willing to come to us to sell so that we can increase foot traffic and get people back downtown. I mean, I've driven downtown and the last couple of times I've come down there and it's a ghost town. It's kind of scary to think how empty it is. And I'm really trying to figure out how do we get more people coming down there? You know, like what lures people to come down there? Novelty, new things, something that's interesting. Like, so that's where my head is, so that we can keep those businesses that are brick and mortar down there, that people are like, oh, I forgot that this was down here because I came to get a cupcake, or I came to get this new thing and I forgot that these folks are still open, because a lot of people haven't been downtown since COVID. So,
I agree. I totally agree. And I think that if we can make this something that is, first of all, easy, you know, to sort of figure out what the who wants to be here, you know, to be sort of open for business, and then to have different spots around town where we can drive economic development and customers, I think makes the most sense.
I'd like to open it up to the public. We have a hand up from an attendee. If you could just state your name and your address for the record.
Hey guys, is this me, Scott Ruffner, Leavenhall Place?
Hi, Mr. Ruffner. Good evening.
Hey, Nico. So yeah, I've just been tuning in for the last 20, 25 minutes or so. I mean, I think everybody's making great points. I can tell you that from doing events right in the center of town, when people are set up in that center space, it does create a few safety issues. I mean, people are kind of scampering back and forth, and it's already, kind of a bottleneck area. But I think it can definitely be worked with. My only concern from the events that we do with the first space there is that when we do music on the bandstand, which is definitely our most popular, or I should probably say most well received from the downtown businesses, just because on the bandstand it's not really an event. It's just sort of built-in vibrancy for downtown and live music downtown, and just encouraging people to come downtown and support everyone. So, if someone were in that first space when live music is going on, loading in and then volume, might be an issue, but that's certainly not something we're doing on a very regular basis, but it's just something to think about. And then, my other comment would be just from doing events, I think an underutilized spot, and I think Darren may have brought it up, was, the spaces right along Town Hall by the old bank kiosk. They're there. Trucks could go there and serve, to the sort of sidewalk area that goes to the side door of the Town Hall, which, that sidewalk is never used other than XTV employees during the day. I think that's a really untapped resource. And obviously everyone's brought up Townhouse Common. So, I think everybody's making great points. I think the big thing is just always curation of the process, and who really has to deal with that, because as has been brought up, you never know who's going to emerge. We deal with that with our festivals where, you sort of think like we're going for this one thing. And then, like Darren said, dry cleaning or knickknacks or other things emerge. And then, that's where the work really begins, is how do you curate, who's allowed to come and be featured and sell and all that. So, anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Ruffner.
Okay, bye.
Any other members of the public wish to comment or have any suggestions or thoughts before I bring it back to the board? I'll pause for a moment. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Selectwoman Cowan?
Yeah, I thought that was a great suggestion, Scott, actually. And then the other places that I was thinking about were the rec park, and Gilman Park, especially when there are games, baseball games.
3 good suggestions. Mr. Wyndham.
Yeah, just to let folks know, is right now, any of those spaces we've just talked about on the outskirts of town, anywhere, those can all be, any one of those spots, they're not being regulated. The only things I'm trying to regulate is because of the issue downtown. I was looking at the WC and downtown C1 districts. But if anybody wants to be, the Lincoln Street corridor or out by the rec park, they can simply do that with an application right now.
I think if we had it as an option, people would think about it. I don't know that people are necessarily thinking about, there's a revitalized business district near Lincoln Street. So I think if that is an option and we put it out there.
So, Mr. Wyndham, I'll circle back to you. What do you suggest for next step? I mean, who do you think amongst town staff should be handling the permits, or if we decide that we want to do it Townhouse Common, if we decide we're going to have one space by the bandstand that's going to be rotating, obviously we need a contact person based on your homework and your research you did with other towns. Is that something the police department should be doing, or is it something maybe?
No, I think it'd be tough for the police department because they'd have to designate someone to do that.
Who do you suggest?
Either me or Greg or Pam.
Parks and Rec, or a combination of what we're doing now. No.
Well, Pam, so I don't really know now who's in charge of that. I went from, I believe, from Sherry to Parks and Rec, then back to Pam, and I don't know if every application would have to go to the board. I honestly don't know what's going on right now.
I'm not sure we'd want that. I think we'd want to delegate that. I mean, I think as of now, I mean, we've had, Clyde's there, obviously, but the other two applications, right, came in somehow and
no, I asked them not to. I asked them not to do. They called. They wanted to apply. And I we hold off until we finish our process. And yeah.
So
is that something you could take on, Darren?
Yes, absolutely. I'd rather take it on myself.
So I want to hear from Selectwoman Gilman, but I want to finish my thought, which was what Selectwoman Rountree was suggesting, that maybe collaboratively you and Parks and Rec could bring back a proposal for the board to take a look at and go from there.
Absolutely.
Selectwoman Gilman.
Yes, I understand not wanting to lay the whole responsibility on the police department because they are, we don't want to have one person with a burden for this, but maybe on a permitting application, we would put in a sign off by the police department, because I am concerned about safety of, depending on where we put these things. If there's going to be a lot of foot traffic, then we have to be sure that we have space for a lot of foot traffic that's not wandering out into the street or, blocking a crosswalk or something like that.
So the way we're handling the temporary outdoor dining permits is through our site, and we have the relevant department heads sign off on it. So doing that is so easy. We should probably also include planning and also DPW as well. It's easy. Just send them will require a picture, proof of insurance, health, James as well. Have everybody sign off on it, and then you guys are solid, and everybody knows what's going on. But I'll come back next week. I'll get with Greg, Melissa, and we'll talk about fee structures and just give you guys a proposal and have it in the packet for people to see.
And, Mr. Wyndham, you bring up a good point. The advantage to that, I know I was involved last spring when the outdoor dining, first became something we were looking at. And we had, we had Mr. Eastman, Mr. Sharples, Mr. Perkins, and collaboratively, I know for some of our restaurants, certain folks from certain departments came up with options B and C that were actually better than what the restaurants were proposing. So I think having more staff involved, not to burden it down, but maybe come up with better ideas that will allow, the trucks better options.
So a quick question then. So let's say, for example, if I'm going to do that and I do want to get all this input, it probably won't be in 2 weeks. It'll be probably 4 weeks if I'm going to get it.
I'd rather not rush it. I mean, obviously I know we have a couple applicants, but as Selectwoman Rountree said, let's think long-term and let's do it right.
Okay. Should I ask these applicants to just use our policy now and just let them apply and see where we put them and for how long? How do I do that? What I don't want to do is I don't want to discourage someone who actually wants to come in here and do business. If we're not going to done in a month, maybe perhaps I can use the existing and put a caveat on that says that
for 90 days or something.
Yes. Or
how's the board feel about that, Selectwoman Rountree?
I think that's fine. I think just at least garnering interest. So get them to submit the applications. They're provisional. We just want to know who's interested, who's willing to commit, figure out what the price structure is going to be provisionally, and then we can at least go from there and finalize once you have a chance to meet with all the other different departments who are going to play a part in this.
Got it. Perfect.
And be transparent that this is a pilot. I mean, it's a pilot. It's a pilot. Ms. Roy.
I just wanted to follow up that we currently do require the police department and a few other departments to sign off on the vendor permit. So we do review them with all the necessary departments, and we would, no matter where it is, continue to do that. Or meaning, no matter what department is running it, we would continue to do that.
Yep. Thank you. Selectwoman Gilman.
I like the way that this conversation's going, and that let's give it a try and see what works. There's going to be some errors, but as long as people know this is a trial and error thing for this season, then I think that'll be really good information to get. And I think also, Mr. Wyndham, you put in your memo that our ordinance is out of date, and I was wondering if you had any locations for a dance hall. That's the first thing that's listed in the ordinance is permitting a dance hall.
That's funny. I think that's a great question.
Well, thank you, everybody. This was a good discussion. Mr. Wyndham, we'll look forward to you coming back to us. And to be clear, obviously, the existing truck has a permit, and he stays there until the permit expires, and that's that.
Yes, sir.
You're not done yet, though. Nope. Moving on.
Okay. So I'm just going to give a kind of an update of where we are right now per the New Hampshire Business Magazine with the American Rescue Plan Act. I'm just going to read through this and then just give my 2 cents at the end there. So this is for all the audience who hasn't really understood what the plan is and how and when folks will see money. So unlike previous federal responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, provides assistance directly to state and local governments that can be used to offset revenue shortfalls associated with the pandemic. The Act also allocates a portion of the aid directly to counties and municipal governments, some of which will be administered by the state government, and ensures that smaller states and their constituent local governments receive at least a certain amount of funding. Funds are to be distributed based on minimum amounts set forth for states by the share of total unemployed workers in each state. So assistance to states, counties, cities, and towns can be used for 4 broad purposes, including respond to the public health or negative economic impacts of the pandemic, including assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries. Provide premium pay to people performing essential work during COVID-19 crisis, either directly or to eligible employers. Fund public services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the pandemic relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to federal public health emergency. And then here's the good one. Make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. These funds cannot be deposited into pension funds, nor can they be used by states to offset any net reductions in tax revenue resulting from a policy change after March 3rd, 2021. Net reductions in state tax revenue cannot be funded directly or indirectly with these federal funds. In New Hampshire, the state will receive an estimated $960 million in funds from these provisions, although final figures will be determined after the U.S. Treasury Department has provided guidance and rules based on ARPA's language. State policymakers must submit a certificate. You know what? I don't think we need to burden everybody with that. Counties in New Hampshire are expected to receive approximately $264 million directly from the U.S. Treasury Department. We expect Rockingham County will get about $60 million. A total of $194 million is expected to be allocated to cities and towns in New Hampshire. Exeter expects to get about $1.516 million. Funding for local governments will arrive in 2 tranches, with half arriving within 60 days of ARPA's enactment and half arriving a year later. Of course, Melissa just explained that there could be some extensions, so we don't know. Additionally, states will receive more aid through enhanced Medicaid matches in various portions of the Medicaid program, which is a state-federal fiscal partnership that provides health coverage for certain people, generally including those with low incomes or limited means. ARPA includes many changes in federal matching fund policies, which will support state health coverage programs. One key example is a year-long increase in the federal match for home and community-based services for older adults and people with disabilities. The Kaiser Family Foundation estimated this enhanced match from April 2021 to March 2022 would provide about $43 million in additional funding to New Hampshire for these services. So on my portion, I say I very much believe, considering the last use, that we can use ARPA funds for the sewer siphons. And one use I think we need to consider is a revolving loan fund, because it is my belief that if we were to consider a revolving loan fund, and I talked to one of our local banks, would be happy to run the program for us for a fee, that we would be able to keep that money in this town. So if we do consider doing a revolving loan fund, I think that would be a very wise decision, because we could loan that out, or loan it out and try to see if people would invest in our community, and then that money just keeps going and going. So I've thrown a $200,000 figure on that, but that's just my wish list. That's all I have. Yeah.
Any questions, Selectwoman Gilman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there, so far anyway, as this is rolling out pretty rapidly, in thinking about your revolving fund or revolving loan, don't we have to spend the money by a certain time period, and that we can't just put it in a loan or a revolving fund and use it, for whatever.
I would argue once you get the money, it'll actually go into the bank. You've then spent it.
But I'm asking if there's a certain time period, because all of these things are going to be going to need reporting. Thank you. And usually when this kind of thing comes up, there is a deadline. Like with the ERA funding, it had to be used within a year. So having some kind of putting the money in the bank isn't going to meet that. It's going to be, it's going to be against the rules, I suppose you'd say.
That's why I'm lobbying for that. That's what I'm talking to Michelle Cota about. That's exactly what I'm trying to do is to convince these folks to make the case that the money is spent because you've given it to the town. The town has now invested that money by putting it in the bank so that it can be used by only Exeter companies, et cetera, and it'll stay in. I'm not the only one. There's a whole bunch of people that do what I do are trying to make this case and trying to get it all the way to, try to get it to the folks that could affect that.
Okay, thanks. And just for you and Melissa to know, I'm meeting tomorrow with Senator Shaheen's staff to talk about the county funding and how that might also be, if there's any for the town in there, because every county in the states are different.
Way to go, Julie.
There should be some for us. Thank you for the meeting, Selectwoman Gilman. Ms. Roy?
And I just wanted to follow up a little bit on Julie's question. So funds, at least to what we know, have to be spent by 2024. But Darren said, he's lobbying to hopefully make this possible. And maybe there's a way for us to use that money until 2024 for what he needs if we can't, keep it in another way. But yes, the original plan says 2024.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Roy. Anything else for Mr. Wyndham? Great. Darren, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
And we'll look forward to seeing you in a few weeks with the mobile vending.
All righty.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, last on the discussion action items is a discussion that we can have relative to our boards and committees here in the town of Exeter. And this is based on an email that the select board received several weeks ago. And I know that there was a group of folks who were interested in speaking with us individually. And as the email references, met with Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf, Selectwoman Cowan, and met with me. And that was individually. It was not collectively. So there was no quorum of the select board. I'm not sure if they met with Selectman Brown or Selectwoman Gilman or not. It was an interesting conversation, at least the one that I had with the group, and it started out based on one board or committee, and it sort of evolved into some thoughts, and I walked away and reflected for a little bit, and I know there's some interested parties in the public that may want to comment tonight, and I wanted to give them an opportunity. But first, to me, it was interesting to kind of reflect on what the board's expectations are, select board's expectations are for our boards and our committees. Obviously the town is best served, I think, when we have a diverse and inclusive group of volunteers. Obviously, our committees work well when we've got experienced people who are tenured, people who have the institutional knowledge and can kind of train some of the new volunteers or, spread their knowledge. I'll use myself as an example. When I first joined the Budget Recommendations Committee, there were folks like Bob Kelly and Corey Stevens and Dr. Rowan, who were a great source of institutional knowledge of how the budget worked. So, and I think also attendance. Attendance is a big part of the select board's expectations for our boards and committees. Some boards and committees meet more often than others. Regardless of how frequent you meet, it is time consuming. It's not just showing up once or twice a month for a meeting. There's a lot of homework. There's a lot of prep work. And we see with a lot of our boards and committees, it's hard to or difficult to get some of our openings filled. So, I mean, there's a lot that plays into that. But it was a very good, fluid conversation. It it definitely sent me back to reflect a little bit on maybe how we can improve boards and committees or try to get more interest in serving. So I'll open with that and ask Selectwoman Cowan or Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf, or even Selectwoman Brown or Selectwoman Gilman, if you have some initial thoughts, and we'll open it up to the public and then bring it back to the board. Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
My initial thoughts after having the discussions that I did with the group that came together is, to be honest, I wasn't aware that we didn't have limits on the number of years that folks could sit on certain committees. And I think that's something that we need to perhaps look into. There's a combination of things. I feel like it gets comfortable. People get very comfortable when they recognize names, that they tend to be, they run unopposed if they're running at all, and other people don't have an idea that those positions are open for the general public. I would love for the select board and the town to do a better job of advertising in some way, shape, or form the committees that are available, whether it be through the schools and parents and other avenues, Parks and Rec, whatever it may be. But I think we need to do a better job of reaching out to larger populations of people who have varying opinions and ideas, who should be serving on some of these committees. Because to be honest, I think we have a very homogenous grouping of folks who sit, and I'm being one of them in terms of economically speaking, where people live. I think we need to widen the scope and perhaps figure out a way to get others who maybe don't fall within the same circle of activities, of jobs, of financial status, so that we can really get a better view of what this town needs.
Thank you. Selectwoman Cowan and then Selectman Brown in the order that the hands went up, please.
I also really enjoyed the conversation with them. I, certainly value new perspective to boards and advisory board, select board, whatever it is. And as somebody who has, I literally recruited half the members on the budget recommendations committee exactly with those points in mind, to have a, diversity of experience and parents, not parents, young people, old people, people who've lived in town for a while, people who haven't lived in town for a while. I think that there is an absolute need to have a diverse representation of voices on our boards. And, I've spent a lot of time recruiting people to various boards, put somebody on the facilities committee who has a daughter who's disabled, and she has a lens of what ADA requirements are that was really missing from that board. The thing that I will say is there is value in experience and longevity and, and retention of volunteers who've spent years and years and years dedicating themselves to the town. Now, I totally agree. I think that there are people who, I think all of us, we get comfortable, we recognize names, and especially with the land use boards. These are boards, there's a lot of power and they're not elected. And so what does that mean in terms of perspective and new voices? Well, we just had an opening on the planning board for an alternate that went unfilled for 11 months. And I don't know quite what the balance is of recruiting new people, getting people to volunteer their time, while also, so much of the work that our town does is unpaid volunteer labor. And how do you replace that if you have, term limits, or you're not sort of retraining or investing in those people? And so one of the things that I brought up when I was meeting with this group of folks is I really think that we should be having training sessions. What do our land use regs say? What is permissible under, whatever? What are the zoning laws? Because we change them frequently. We have elections where we have a ballot with new zoning laws almost every year. So what does that mean? And then there's no education about what that actually means for board use. And so I think that would be a really effective way to engage our boards, especially particularly the land use boards, because I agree it's, this is complicated stuff and there's a lot of power. And so how do we make sure that everybody is having their concerns taken into account? Developers, applicants, and then the general public, which also needs to be protected or listened to. So one of the work that I do in my professional career is recruiting people to run for office and recruiting people to put them in positions like this. And so as somebody who has recruited a number of people to town service, I do think it's challenging because it's a lot of time, a lot of commitment, and then sometimes the decisions are hard. As we all know, these decisions are tough. So I think that there's something about education. There's something about is there a turnover in terms of like a rotation of boards? So if you have alternates who don't ever get a chance to participate or vote, like, is there a rotating way to do that? I don't know. But I think that would be an interesting way to talk about it or think about it. Because I agree with you, Mr. Chair, there is such a value of institutional knowledge and, New Hampshire runs on volunteers. Literally, we are all volunteers here. And so what does that mean to value service while also making sure that the public is cared for and we're not slipping into complacency here?
Thank you. Selectman Brown, did you still have, your hand went down, but I want to give you an opportunity.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the comment that what concerns me most is the way we meet, because the way we meet ends up creating an invisible wall for people like working poor and single parents who couldn't possibly devote this kind of time. So I would love to be part of a solution that makes sure the way we meet is inclusive. Thanks.
Thank you. Selectwoman Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple thoughts based on everybody's comments, actually. Several years ago, I did a volunteer fair at the town hall and had representatives from each board or commission or committee or advisory committee that could participate there. And we had quite a few people come, and we had quite a few people show interest. I'm not sure it was as successful in actually getting people to sign up for a board, but and I didn't follow up with that the next year because I'm a volunteer myself, and I didn't have any administrative support. The other aspect is that I've found is the land use boards are regulatory, and that scares people off because people don't know what they don't know. So the education aspect is really very important, and we can do that in-house between our planning and building department and fellow board members who have the experience of the history of how the town has either changed or how the zoning has changed. Things have come and gone. But there's also we belong to the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and they offer training twice a year, I think, spring and fall, that the town will pay for because we pay the dues for the land use boards, planning board, zoning board, conservation commission, not the historic district commission, never ever, but we can get training somewhere else for that. But nobody takes advantage of it. And now with it all being done by Zoom, is a great time to take advantage of that. And the planning department does send out the notifications to all the land use boards, but most years maybe one person goes, and that's a lost opportunity, I think. And it's something that we should get the chairs of the boards to advocate for, that, you know, let's all go to training one day, or you go and tell us what, you know, come back with a report about what's new and what's changed. And so the education aspect and the advertising aspect would make a big difference with the, you know, our advisory committees and our special interest committees. Everybody seems to be eager to join those, or find somebody, if they can't stay, to find somebody who has the same interest to join them. Getting to the aspect of getting a wider demographic than we typically have on any of these boards or committees is a tough one. Partly because of the time commitment, and one of the things we've talked about in the past is having childcare. This is when we were meeting, you know, in person in the Novak room, to get some form of childcare so that younger families can participate, and even, you know, a husband, partners, they can both participate on something that might happen on the same night. And that we've never really worked out because of the insurance liabilities. And maybe we can work with the schools, you know, the SST. We did something when we had the deliberative session. We had childcare provided at the school, but the town office building is not set up for a safe environment for taking care of children from whatever ages we might get. So that's been a handicap that I'd really like to solve, and maybe that's one of the goals to put on at our next meeting. So these things have been considered, but just not finished, I guess, is the thing. And reaching out to communities that you don't see served on any of these boards. There are a couple manufactured housing co-ops that I have friends in, and I will ask them, you know, can you volunteer? And they will give me those reasons. I need childcare. I don't have time. I can't make the time commitment. I think it depends, and I don't know what I don't know, kind of thing. So, you know, what you're all saying, education and opportunity and advertising are things we have to work on, frankly.
Thank you. Hands in the order I saw them, Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf, and then Selectwoman Cowan.
So I think we're all saying really great things that put together could really benefit what it is that we're trying to do. I'm hoping that, you know, it's not necessarily about cutting people short in their tenure on different committees. It's just coming to a realization that at some point their tenure needs to end. So it's not about, okay, you have 3 years, perhaps it's 3 terms max, whatever the number of years may be. And if you have alternates, that's the time to prime people for positions in the future. That's the time to educate people without the stressors of coming on fresh and having no idea what they're doing. You know, you start really creating the long term of what government should be. You know, you start prepping people at a younger age, or when they perhaps can't be as involved as they would like to be when their kids are younger. And hopefully by the time their kids are in middle school or high school, they have the time to be more active. And if COVID hasn't given us any gift other than Zoom, here we are. You know, we have the capabilities now to have both in-person meetings and a combination of virtual meetings. So we can't say that we can't do it because we've been doing it. So this is the time for us to really start thinking creatively on how do we get people more involved in local government, so it's not the same 12 folks on every committee making the decisions for everyone. I don't want to be sitting here in 10 years and no one else is trying to take my seat. Like, I would be offended if they didn't. I think it's important that we, in the positions that we sit in, are recruiting others to then do the work in the future, because we all have different ideas about what's happening in the ever evolving communities in which we live in. So I think we have a lot of great ideas, and I think we have a lot to do, and we shouldn't be looking at reasons why we can't do it. We should be looking at reasons how we make it better and how we move forward.
Great, thank you. I'd like to open it up to the public at this time. There's several hands up, so if you could, we'll go in the order in which your hand is raised. If you would just say your name and your address for the record, and we'd love to hear from you. I believe we have Caroline Piper first.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I, in my professional life, am a nonprofit consultant, and I also have a master's degree in public policy, and can attest that board limits and rotation policies, which is really, I think, what we, the folks that reached out to, those of you on the select board, what we're really talking about and what our focus really is this idea of institutionalized turnover. And they're just simply accepted as good governance policies in all sectors. And it's time that Exeter formalizes their policy. We do have term lengths that are specified for our various boards and committees, and I would say that it might be worth separating our focus on boards from committees. The ZBA and the planning board, as decision-making and regulatory boards, wield an enormous influence in town in a way that our other advisory committees do not. And the fact that those folks, there's very limited accountability and oversight. And so formalizing a policy where you serve a number of consecutive terms as a regular, potentially an additional term as an alternate, and then there is a specified amount of time where you are encouraged to stand down from that particular board, but simultaneously encouraged to take your expertise that you gained on the ZBA or the planning board and to get onto the Conservation Commission, or the ZBA get onto the planning board. It's not that we're trying to discourage people from volunteering in perpetuity. It's that we are recognizing that institutional turnover encourages involvement from a variety of people. And there's documentation that especially benefits women and includes more women when there's more institutionalized turnover. It refreshes skill sets and reduces complacency. A group of people that never changes over becomes like a family party. You're a little bit dysfunctional, but as soon as there's an outsider, everyone's a little bit better behaved. And it's kind of bringing their A game. I do think that I have seen personally in the last couple of years a remarkable number of additional people coming to these boards, no doubt through efforts like Selectwoman Cowan's to recruit. And also I will say from a number of experiences that people have had dealing with these boards who recognize that the only way to have change happen is for them to step up. Many of those folks, particularly on the regulatory boards, end up in those alternate seats. But there's a glass ceiling that they cannot cross because the folks sitting in the regular seats have no limitations right now on the number of consecutive terms that they can sit in those decision-making seats, which means that we have a small number of people making decisions over a very long arc of time. I don't know if any of you reviewed the historical document of the term limits or the number of terms that folks on these boards have served, but there are a number of people who have served upwards of 15 or 20 years. So we do not have a recruitment problem, we have a longevity problem. I think the perception among a lot of folks in town is that if you volunteer for a board, it is a life sentence. And if we do a better job of formalizing a policy that ensures that if you volunteer, you will not still have to be on the planning board or the ZBA in 20 years. When there is movement, people are encouraged to say, yes, I can do that for a period of time. And I think that it's important to recognize that, the select board is does have supervisory responsibility over these boards, but has shown historically a reluctance to exercise that responsibility. And what a policy of regular turnover provides an opportunity in a non-confrontational way to just simply thank people for their service and encourage them to devote their energy and expertise in another area. I really would encourage the board to focus the discussion tonight, at least, about the planning and zoning boards, and to consider, as a starting point for discussion, setting a limitation. The term limits right now are, or the term lengths right now are 3 years, to set a term of 2 consecutive 3-year terms with a possible additional term served as an alternate, where you then have to step off for at least 1 to 2 years, and that you are invited to serve on another board, that these limitations are specific to individual consecutive terms on a particular board. I'll leave it at that. I know there are some other folks who'd like to speak. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this discussion tonight.
Caroline, thank you for if you're still there, for the record, could you just state your address?
Oh, yes, 8 Forest Street.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming out tonight. We appreciate it. Okay, next we have Neil. Neil, if you would just state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Neil Blyken, 11 Tamron Lane. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Select Board. Thank you for granting me the time to speak. I will try to be brief. I would like to start by saying we all appreciate the service you and the other members, the members of the Select Board, provide to the town. I know how challenging such volunteer service can be, and my family and I appreciate all that you do. Exeter is a special place, and a big part of what makes it special is the selfless service you and others provide on our behalf. I'm speaking today to advocate for the adoption of a policy of term limits for people who are appointed to town boards. I have some experience in town government, having served 3.5 years on Newburyport's Harbor Commission and having just completed 5 years on Exeter's Elementary School Board, the last year as chair. In addition, our neighborhood has spent the last 2 years involved in a great number of meetings with the Planning Board and Zoning Board of Adjustment, as one of our neighbors is in the process of trying to develop a large parcel of land in the neighborhood. I have seen firsthand the significant impact these appointed boards can have on the lives of residents. I believe it's important to note that town boards exercise their authority on behalf of Exeter's people as unelected officials, and the only way to hold them accountable for their policies and actions is the review and approval provided by the Select Board. The American tradition of government, as codified in the Constitution, includes a deliberate and robust system of checks and balances, and the Select Board's oversight of appointed town boards is an example of this long and successful practice. As the town's highest governing body, you are responsible for ensuring that the policies and actions of these appointed boards are legal and appropriate for Exeter, for ensuring that their policies and actions reflect the values of the town. In addition, I believe you should consider whether or not these boards have a diversity of people and opinion that is appropriate for Exeter when making appointments and reappointments. I also believe you should consider whether or not these boards are balanced and discharging their duties faithfully. Are they being good stewards of the interests of the town and its residents? Are the members or prospective members' professional backgrounds appropriate, or they likely bring an industry bias or conflict of interest to their duties that could do harm to Exeter? As the old adage says, people are policy. And when the Select Board chooses people to serve on appointed boards, especially the 2 regulatory boards, the ZBA and the Planning Board, they are quite literally making policy. Given my experience and lifetime study of government, I believe strongly that a limit of 2 terms as a full member should be adopted for all appointed members of town boards. When no term limits are imposed, boards, both appointed and elected, can often develop characteristics and dynamics that are harmful to good government, as members stay on for long periods of time, sometimes even for decades. If such a policy is adopted, it might be prudent to implement it in stages, and perhaps first apply it to the Planning Board and the Zoning Board of Adjustment, both of which have significant authority and usually have alternates who are prepared for promotion. In closing, I will say that I believe this is an excellent leadership opportunity for the Select Board. It's often said that an impediment to imposing term limits is an inability to find replacements, because it's difficult in the modern era to find residents willing to serve in such a capacity. While this is clearly true, I don't believe the correct response should be that we accept the status quo. The lack of civic engagement is a national problem, and I hope the Select Board sees this as an opportunity to start to address this challenge. I also believe the Select Board should consider creating a committee with a near-term date of termination to review a recommended course of action to solve the challenge of civic engagement in Exeter. 6 months of work by a group of respected and dedicated people could do a lot of good. I believe term limits are an excellent next step in improving the operation of government in Exeter, especially on the very powerful Zoning Board of Adjustment and Planning Board. Many thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you, Neil, for your service on the school board.
Thank you, Nico.
Okay, next we have Laura Knott. Laura, if you could state your name and address for the record, please. Good evening.
Good evening. Laura Knott, 15 Tamron Lane. Neil and Caroline really covered most of the things I wanted to discuss tonight. But I do want to reiterate that the planning board and the zoning board have a lot of power, as we've discussed, as regulatory boards. And without the checks and balances that Neil mentioned, complacency occurs. And frankly, I think people in town considering volunteering, are likely not going to volunteer or are potentially threatened or insecure about their abilities to volunteer simply because of the longevity and the experience that those other folks who've been there for so long have. And so in a way, having extremely long terms or repetitions of terms discourages new volunteers from even applying. So enacting some sort of term limits or number of consecutive terms is really a way for the select board to uphold their responsibility for maintaining fairness of boards, but also make it apolitical and not necessarily focus the effort on any one board or any one person. I agree with Neil and Caroline that I would start with the zoning board and the planning board simply because they have so much power. And that could be, in a way, like a test case to roll out to the rest of the boards and committees beyond that. But, start with a small piece of the pie that has a lot of influence and then move on from there. So with that, I do thank you. I recognize that these are all volunteer positions. So I thank you all for your time and effort. And we're going on 2.5 hours here, or almost 3. So I appreciate you guys and the time that you dedicate every week to this job. So I know it's not easy, and I understand that there is a lot of time commitment, but I do think that there are committed citizens who are willing to put in that time and effort to improve Exeter. And this select board and the other boards in town are really exemplifiers of that. So I do think there are more committed people who are willing to volunteer for positions on these boards if given the chance. Thank you for your time.
Laura, thank you for your thoughts. Thank you. Next, we have Ann Sermon. Good evening, Ann. If you would just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes. Hi, my name is Ann Sermon, 14 Cullen Way. Thank you for letting me speak. I know it's been a long meeting for you as well. I just wanted to touch briefly on the comments made about the term limits, which I can understand. One thing I just wanted to ask the board, I do know certain towns do have ZBAs and planning boards as elected positions. I know in the town that I grew up in, it was Massachusetts, it was not New Hampshire, the planning board were elected positions. They weren't appointed by the select board. People ran for the posts, and they had various 5-year, 3-year, et cetera, terms. And I think in a nearby town here in New Hampshire, it might be Northampton, I thought I saw some signs up during election where folks over there were running for zoning board of adjustment positions. So one of the ways might be to look into seeing how might those positions become elected positions as opposed to appointed, or a combination thereof. So that's an actual question for you, because I have yet to see the regularity of it in the state. So it can go a variety of ways. And that may be one way to address some of the concerns that the speakers have had, and I certainly understand them. The other quick one I wanted to mention, in regard to ZBA, full disclosure, I've just been on the ZBA for the first time as an alternate for my first year. I just finished up the first year term in January, and it's been very educational. And as most of you know, I was a selectman for 2 terms. So I was looking forward to doing the land use after that, because I thought this would be a very interesting way to stay involved in the town, but in a little different way. And one of the things, in case some of the folks don't realize, especially on ZBA, we have 5 regulatory bullet points that we have to meet. I don't want to go to the boring part of it, but there's a lot of power there, as they say. However, the power is in those regulations, and the board has to meet qualifications on each one of those. So it's not just whether someone likes or dislikes something. They literally have to look at each one of those bullet points and see if the applicant falls into those categories or the nuance of it. Agreed, there could be interpretation, but there are absolute rules that we're following. So I just wanted to throw that out there, at least in terms of the ZBA. I can't speak to planning board. I've never been on the planning board. And then last thing I just want to say real quickly is, myself as an example, I moved to this town in 2000, and a couple of years later, I got on budget committee for a few years. And then a few years later, I got on select board, and then ZBA. So I'm kind of a living example of someone who just kind of looked out and said, hey, I need to, I want to be involved. And I had a full-time job, and I was a homeowner, and the whole 9 yards. So I guess I figured out a way to do it. But it is a big time commitment, and I'm grateful for all who have served. But I just wanted to kind of swing that back around, that there may be some other options for you on how you elect your various committees and boards. Thank you.
And thank you. And I don't know the answer to that first question, but we'll look into it. Selectwoman Gilman, I don't know, do you know about electing land use boards?
Yes, that is an option. It would have to go to town meeting. Northampton does have elected planning board. I don't know about their zoning board. Maybe everything they do is elected. So, and I don't know if they have term limits, but I certainly know who to ask. Other towns do have elected planning boards, and it's the same people that run every year. It's not quite different, not very different from just the volunteers that come forward. I think it's still a choice. You can serve as long as you want, or you can not run again.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Bill Campbell. Good evening, Bill.
There we go.
We can hear you. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks. My impression, and Julie may be able to help me on this one, but back a while ago, I'd say maybe 15, 20 years ago, we did have term limits. I remember them being put in, I believe in the 90s, for where you served 2 terms regular, and then you could become an alternate after that if you wanted to, but you could only be 2 terms as a regular member of a board. And it was used and it was brought in for the same reason that people are asking now, that there'd be people that would be there for years in, years out. So I think term limits is not a bad idea to consider. And we might look back on the history to see if there is some regulation or whether we just thought that was true. I'm not sure. Thanks for the opportunity and doing a good job there.
Bill, thank you. And we will look into that, in fact, tomorrow.
I do remember that we had that policy, or maybe a way of operating, but I don't think that it was set in stone. I think it was something that a board decided at one point. And here I am speaking of almost 15 years after I was first elected, and maybe we need term limits, but we did do that at one point, and then it just, I think, fell off the map. And I think it was a general practice, not a written policy.
I'm not sure we need term limits for the select board because that's an elected position, and you can always vote people out every time their term comes up. It's with the boards and commissions that we have to be careful. But maybe it was just a policy and not.
Thank you, Bill. And I'll follow up on that. Okay, Caroline, before I bring you back into the forum here, is there anybody else in the public that has not spoken yet that wishes to comment? Okay, Caroline, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Caroline Piper again, 8 Forest Street. I think I'm thrilled that Ann Sermon is here tonight because she embodies exactly this kind of cross-pollination that I think would really, really be wonderful if there were more people like her. To the question about elections versus appointed boards, while it solves the oversight issue and the accountability issue by allowing, the general public to make decisions about who ends up on those boards. If one of the concerns that we're trying to manage along with all of these other elements is recruitment and making it attractive to people to want to serve on these boards, I do think that having everything be an elected position does serve as a deterrent. So I would strongly encourage the select board to focus on the issue of installing a policy for our currently appointed boards, because I think we are seeing an improvement on the recruitment side, and now we just have to fix the availability side. And lastly, to the question of a former policy of term limits that Mr. Campbell brought up, I had corresponded with former Selectwoman Kathy Corson some time ago about this, inquiring about this very issue, and her response to me at that time did speak about the quote unquote informal policy. So it was sort of tradition that they would have someone be an alternate and then 2 regular terms. And then if you wanted to stay on the board, you would get downgraded again to an alternate. But at some point that stopped being the mode of operation. So I don't believe, according to the conversations I had with her, that it ever was a formalized policy, which to me just reinforces the importance of it being a formal adopted policy that is not subject to sort of the prevailing willpower of the folks sitting in your seat. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you again for all that all of you do and for considering this issue.
Great. Thank you, Caroline. Any other members from the public before I bring it back to the board? And I'll pause for a moment. Okay. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any additional comment from the board?
I would be very interested in a short-term, thinking group to think about civic participation in Exeter. I think it would be great to consider, what people are thinking about this. I think that this is a great opportunity to increase diversity in our boards. And one statistic that I use almost every day in my actual job, in my working day job, is that you have to ask somebody to run for office or to serve in office 6 times before they say yes. So if you haven't done that, and if we're just advertising, that's not the way to recruit a diverse population of town employees, town volunteers, and people who are running for office here. So I think that is a great suggestion. I also appreciate bringing new blood into civic engagement, and would be really interested in a short-term committee or ad hoc committee or something like that to get this going.
I agree with that. I think that, and I'm sorry, I think perhaps it was Neil that brought up putting together a committee for a finite period of time with, the goal of, how do we improve on this and what are some of our options, but definitely give them the direct charge with the finite period of time in which to get it done. I also like Selectwoman Gilman, you brought up something that had been done historically about having a committee or a board fair, if you will, and having either the chairs or members of the different boards or committees available to speak to folks. I know it's a little bit harder to do now with COVID. How do you do something, open at town hall or at the Novak room, but, maybe brainstorming and finding a way that you could do it via Zoom. That's another possibility. That's on the side of advertising to folks about what our boards and committees do. And is there a good fit for you? But I go back to Selectwoman Cowan. I'm trying to think of, to be fair and to try to get it as diverse and inclusive as we can, do we advertise it and have interviews like we did with the Police Stakeholders Commission? Because I know that's another one that has a certain charge with a finite period of time. Do we have it a combination of, folks, citizens with, board members, former board members, maybe? I know we heard from two tonight with Ann Sermon and Bill Campbell. Maybe we can think about, who we want and how we want to do that. In the order I saw the hand, Selectwoman Gilman and then Selectwoman Roundtree-Olaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to just throw out some ideas, but, having a small committee to do this would be great because people want to give the input and we want to hear it. But the one thing that I thought of, just crossed my mind about advertising is commercials on EXTV or Channel 98 with a board member or the chair of each board giving a 1-minute description of what they do and how you can help.
That's a great idea.
It's on YouTube right now if you want to go check it out. That very video.
We can't right now, Bob, but we will when we adjourn. Selectwoman Roundtree-Olaf.
On the same idea, I know Molly and myself, we've sat on different panels talking to young upcoming politicians, people who are interested or pseudo-interested in politics. Like that, there are a lot of opportunities for us to sort of get the word out on the positions that are available. And I think the small committee would be a great way to start. And it just seems obvious to me to reach out to some of the folks who reached out to us to get the conversation started, to perhaps be on that smaller committee and then add in other folks who may have interest in it. So I think that would be a great way to go. And then we can go from there and figure out what the long-term plan could be.
Sure. Thank you. Well, I think the timing for this is right. We have our goal-setting session scheduled for next week, so perhaps the five of us can. This was a really, really good discussion. I want to thank the rest of the board members as well as the attendees that spoke tonight. There were a lot of great ideas that were thrown out, and I think if we, as the select board, can go back in the next week and bring this to our goal setting, and then take that next step, and move from there. But I think this was a very good first step, and I know it's late, but I appreciate this was important discussion and discussion that we needed to have. So I don't know if anybody on the board has any final thoughts before we move on. Okay. And again, thank you to all from the public that came out to speak to this tonight. We really appreciate it. And for hanging in there with us through this long meeting. Next, we'll go into regular business. I'm sorry, Selectwoman Gilman, it's another long list for you.
No problem.
We can do it.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to run through map and lot numbers for places that have solar. There's a lot more in town than I knew. Map 19, lot 16, unit 5, map 76, lot 13, and map 73, lot 314, map 95, lot 3, map 85, lot 39, and map 17, lot 5. They all have solar exemptions, which we have to talk about actually having a number on next year. Elderly exemptions. I'm going to do them one at a time. I move to deny an elderly exemption for map 73, lot 100.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf?
Aye.
And clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move an elderly exemption in the amount of $152,251 for map 104, lot 79, unit 135.
Second.
Motion a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf?
Aye.
And clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve an elderly exemption for map 104, lot 36 in the amount of $183,751.
Second.
Motion a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf?
Aye.
And the clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay. I move to approve an elderly exemption for map 65, lot 58 in the amount of $152,251.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf?
Aye.
The clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes.
And finally, I move an elderly exemption in the amount for map 104, lot 79, unit 325 in the amount of $236,251.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf?
Aye.
The clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay, next we have a group of veterans credits. They're all in the amount of $500. If no one has an objection, I would like to move them all by reading the map and lot number.
Please do.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move to approve a veterans credit in the amount of $500 for the following properties. Map 55, lot 18, map 63, lot 260, map 68, lot 6, unit 217, map 62, lot 7, map 95, lot 64, unit 130, map 90, lot 12, and map 69, lot 3, unit 307.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf?
Aye.
The clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. The motions pass.
Okay, next we have 3 tax abatements for the same properties for different years. So I guess I will read out the properties and one property, the amounts and what year they're for. So, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the following tax abatements for map 95, lot 64, 242, in the amount of $151.22 for the year 2013, the amount of $128.72 for the year 2019, and the $100.01 for the year 2020.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf?
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. The motions pass.
Okay, next we have 2 Jeopardy taxes. And Mr. Chair, I move to approve a Jeopardy tax for lot 104, lot 79, unit 226 in the amount of $15.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf?
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes.
And I move to approve a jeopardy tax for map 104, lot 79, unit 904 in the amount of $15.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
Aye.
And clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye, the motion passes. Next, we move to permits and approvals. We have several this evening. The first two are from the Exeter Fire Department, Assistant Fire Chief Justin Pizon. These are voluntary change of address requests. The first is 286 Water Street has requested and received approval to subdivide their property. Due to a lack of available numbers, the property owner has requested 286 Water Street be renumbered to 284 Water Street. The newly created lot will now be 286 Water Street. Voluntary change request and map are attached for our reference. I would entertain, if there's no discussion, a motion to renumber 286 Water Street to 284 Water Street to create the new lot to be named 286 Water Street.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Thank you. Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye, motion passes. And then we have a request of 47 Hampton Road has received approval to subdivide the property. Due to a lack of available numbers, the property owner has requested that 47 Hampton Road be renumbered to 41 Hampton Road. Newly created lot will now be 43 Hampton Road. I would entertain a motion to renumber 47 Hampton Road to 41 Hampton Road, creating 43 Hampton Road for the new lot.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye, the motion passes. For the record, the requested changes we just approved were reviewed and found to be in compliance with the Department of Safety's E911 addressing requirements. The E911 committee also supported these changes. Thank you. Next, we have a special event application filed by Exeter Power Yoga for daily outdoor yoga classes to begin at noon, Monday through Friday. Looks like it's Swayze Park from ASAP through September. Is the applicant here to speak to this? And I see a hand up. Tracy Coviello is here. Could we let Tracy in? And Tracy, for the record, if you could state your name and your address, please.
Hi, yes, Tracy Coviello, business address 31 Portsmouth Ave in Exeter.
Okay. Are you an Exeter resident, Tracy?
I have been an Exeter resident for the last 21 years. I just moved this past month to Kingston.
Okay. I just need to ask the board if there's any objection.
Fine.
Okay. Seeing none, Tracy, go ahead.
Hi, yes, so I appreciate your time tonight. Again, we spoke to the Board of Trustees last week, and they put this back on you guys to make the decision. So we are hoping that you will allow us to hold 1 class per day, 1 hour class per day in the far fields by Newfields Road, not by the bandstand. And, you know, help us through this last push of a really difficult year.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. You know, at Swayze Park, there is a permitting policy of 6 events per year for each permit. Each permitter. There's also language in the trust that prohibits commercial business operating on the parkway.
Yes, we've had this discussion numerous times.
So I'm just outlining for the board what the Swayze Park policy is in terms of permits and fees, and also the language in the trust. So I'd open it up for discussion for the board. If anybody has any comments.
So the trustees, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The trustees have handed it back to us. That means, or that implies that they're willing to forego some of their stipulations.
Well, they're not involved in the permitting process. I believe that a representative from the yoga studio at our direction went to the trustees to get feedback from them. The ultimate permitting process of the approval, again, is the select board permits. Prior to COVID, we had delegated that to Parks and Rec. We've been doing the permitting through the COVID process, but ultimately it is the select board or the department that we delegate to do the permitting. So the policy was put in place in early 2020 that limited it to 6 events per year for each applicant. And the fees were set accordingly in March of, that was in February 2020, the fees were set in place in March of 2020. But regardless, we talked about this earlier when I think Mr. Wyndham was talking about possible mobile vendors, there is language in the trust that prohibits commercial business in the parkway. You can't charge people to enter the parkway. You can't charge people, as a business on the parkway. So I see that as sort of a sticking point. Mr. Bisson, I know that you've worked with the Power Yoga studio with some other options, one of them being Gilman Park, and I know that you had spoke with the representatives at CELT.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If, for instance, any program that comes under the auspice of Parks and Recreation can be held there. Fitness classes, arts classes, outdoor education, and it's written in the management plan.
Okay. Tracy, is that an option you'd be willing to consider?
No, that's not going to work for us.
Okay, because that would be, fairly easy to accommodate the everyday from ASAP through September, obviously.
Yeah, it's very buggy there. It's not the best place to practice yoga. I did go down there and check it out a couple of different times. It's not convenient. It's not near the studio per se. Swayze Park would be the ideal location for us, and those fields are not being used at all. And we're wondering, why it's such a big deal. Why the fees can't be waived during COVID. This is a situation that's never. It's not everyday life right now. We're nearing the end of COVID, and I don't know why we keep hitting a wall here. And I've talked to so many people in town, even people that don't come to our studio, and nobody can understand why we're not able to use those fields in a time where, my business could go under.
No, I'm empathetic.
You've given special permission to restaurants to be outdoors. I kind of feel like it's the same thing.
Well, it's not, because, and again, that's why we offered other town property. The Swayze Park is a trust. That's the obstacle here. There's language within the trust that prohibits commercial businesses. So, when we worked with restaurants with their outdoor dining to use town property, that was town property. We weren't bound to the language in the trust. That's why I know Mr. Bisson reached out to you to try to find a solution on town property where we would be able to accommodate you. In terms of waiving fees, the fee structure was set at a public hearing. So the select board, if they were inclined to restructure the fees, would have to do so at a public hearing.
Yeah, we approached you last spring.
Yes.
We're here a year later and we're still in the same spot.
But for full disclosure, we met with you and we worked out.
Yes, you did. You did. And it's the same go around.
Okay.
Nothing's changed. Nothing changes if nothing changes.
We have a permit in, Chetna, I know you have your hand up. You've spoken before. I'll let you speak briefly before it comes back to the board to address the permit.
Yes, good evening, Nico, and hello to the Select Board. I just wanted to sort of probably tag on to Tracy's comments in terms of Tracy presented the situation obviously last year and then again this year ahead of the summer timings and the scheduling that she needs to do for the yoga classes and to accommodate the community in carrying on with their well-being and yoga classes. And we have following requests from the Select Board to submit permits, to submit accompanying maps and COVID regulation sort of requirements and so on. You know, they've all been submitted by Tracy, and then at the last Select Board, we were asked to resubmit the permits, which was done, and then also to meet up with the trustees at their meeting, which I attended on behalf of Exeter Power Yoga and Tracy, and it's extremely frustrating as week on week we just seems to be going round in circles, and as Tracy said, you know, the town was in a situation where it has supported restaurants to have outdoor seating and put in an exemption that over this COVID period that is doable, and Exeter Power has requested that, you know, the Swayze Park, which is, as we've all explained, the reasons why Swayze Park is preferable, and to have the Select Board take the initiative and be proactive in supporting a small business and say, okay, have an exemption to the fees and to the event limits for just a short period of time while we're still in this pandemic. And we talk about sitting through the Select Board meeting, talking about the food trucks and everything else with regards to that, and also knowing that people wanting a vibrant town and an open town that is welcoming, it just seems really, I would say, short-sightedness in terms of not helping businesses to stay afloat at this time in the pandemic.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Chetna. I appreciate your comments. So the permit before us, and again, the prior conversation was done during public comment. The permits have been filed properly in terms of the Parks and Rec permitting as well as the COVID permitting. The question is that the permit is, you know, you permit for Swayze Park for 6 events per year. So all of the other paperwork has been filed accordingly. It's just that there is a policy of permitting for 6 events per year. Selectwoman Cowan and then Selectman Brown in the order of the hands going up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am hearing a lot of frustration and anger, and I can certainly appreciate that. You know, none of us are in a situation where we want to be. I am curious about what happened last year with where you all were able to hold your yoga classes and how much you were charged by the town. And maybe Greg Bison can answer that question.
Last year, we allowed them use of Townhouse Common for free.
Okay. And so I understand. And so Townhouse Common won't work again.
Townhouse Common was very difficult for us. It was very loud. There were people walking actually through the yoga class. There were people sitting on benches watching the yoga classes, which if you practice yoga, you would know is a really, it's not ideal. It's very uncomfortable.
I do every day, yes. I can.
We appreciated that. We really did. We really appreciated that, but it did not work for us. It wasn't private enough.
And how many classes were you able to hold on Townhouse Common?
We held like probably 3 a week.
Oh, great.
Yes, but they weren't well received. They weren't, a lot of people didn't come.
I see. The problem that I'm having here is there is, some clear issues that we're running up against. I could see personally waiving a few, waiving the condition to have only 6 events in a calendar year, knowing that this would be, we're in a pandemic, but I don't know that every day a regularly scheduled class that you are paying goes against all of the things that are in the trust. And I am really glad that we were able to help you with a free space for your yoga class last year. That's great. I don't know what else to say other than it doesn't fall within any of the scope of what Swayze Parkway was intended for. And we have a trust. We have, the 6 events per calendar year. I would feel comfortable advocating to waive that requirement. I wouldn't feel comfortable waiving the requirement to having it daily for 3 months or, every weekday for 3 months. But the piece that I can't wrap my head around is there is no commercial business to be held in the park. And this is part of the trust that we can't just undo. And so I am struggling with, how to help you as a business owner. I am glad we were able to help you last year. It was, we were in a very different spot last year with sort of pandemic terror. And I do practice yoga every day, and I would not want to be watched every day. That would be wildly uncomfortable, but I don't know that we can guard against that anywhere. And so I feel like I cannot support this application as submitted because it violates the 6 permitted events in the parkway, which I would feel comfortable having a negotiation. But then the piece about charging for an event that benefits a for-profit studio, I don't know how we get around that.
It's first of all, it's not an event to hold a yoga class. It's not an event. It's not a public event. They're yoga classes. I already have members that pay a monthly fee, so they would just have access to that class. We wouldn't be charging a ticket for an event. And I do appreciate that you helped me last year, but we really didn't utilize it, and we didn't have an outpouring of people coming to those classes at that downtown area. I really didn't think I was going to get anywhere tonight. I'm still here. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. I see that we've been shoved to the end of the meeting, and it is what it is. So
This is when we addressed permits and approvals at every meeting. This is the time where we address permits and approvals at every meeting. This is where it falls on the agenda at every meeting. Selectman Brown?
Just for clarification, what is the nature of the Tai Chi, folks doing Tai Chi? Can we just describe what's happening there?
Mr. Bisson?
Yes, Mr. Brown. The Tai Chi Society at the Tuck Learning Center closed down last year because of the pandemic. The senior citizens that attended it on their own are have a bond and said they want to continue to practice Tai Chi. We've investigated it 3 times and there's no fees involved. It's just residents getting together, practicing Tai Chi.
Got it. When you say a bond, do you mean a social bond or a financial bond?
A social bond.
Thanks.
Selectwoman Cowan? Oh, your hand's up. Okay. There are members of the public that have their hands up, and I always let everybody speak that has their hand up, but if I'd just like there to be new comments if possible, or if we could just be brief if they're repetitive. Chetna, you've already spoken. I'll let you speak again, but we have Mr. Ruffner and then Laura Knott.
Hey guys, Scott Ruffner, Leavenhall Place. I just wanted to comment real quick. I also watched some of the Swayze trustee meeting, and just as a clarification, there certainly is precedent the way people are representing the way the park has been used for-profit ventures. Events like Swag on Swayze, that's a for-profit venture that charges vendors fees to have booths. So, just so that the public is aware, there certainly is precedent there for people doing for-profit. As a citizen, I don't see a difference between someone charging someone to do yoga in a green space or charging for a vendor fee that's for-profit. That's certainly a precedent. So I just think that's a bit of information that the trust is sort of being, and the history is sort of being misrepresented in some of these meetings. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffner. Laura Knott.
Hi, Laura Knott, 15 Tamarind Lane. Obviously, I haven't been following this issue, and I did read the minutes from the previous meeting about it, but it seems like there's some serious frustration here, which is completely understandable. And maybe this has already been considered, but I do know that Brickyard Park is on 111. It's a little outside of town, but that is an underutilized park near where I live. There is a pond across the street, so I don't know how buggy it is. But 111 can be somewhat busy, but if you go towards the back, maybe it's a little less quiet. But I don't know if there's other parks in town, like maybe the rec center has, an area on one of their fields that could be utilized. Understanding the concerns with Swayze Parkway there. There's other little pocket fields around town, but they're probably too busy for a yoga studio or yoga practice. Just some thoughts there.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Chetna. Chetna, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi. Sorry. I just wanted to put out another option if there was a possibility with Swayze Park. The fact that obviously the trustees are responsible for the green space, and if that comes under the regulations of how that green space is used, is obviously Exeter Power Yoga isn't meeting that requirement. And if the select board have rule of use for the actual the roadway that goes to Swayze Park itself, is there a possibility of the select board agreeing to Exeter Power Yoga being able to hold yoga classes on the actual road that is closed at the moment at the far end, as opposed to the green space?
Chetna, we lost you when you asked us to agree to something. We lost you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
At least I lost you. Yes.
Okay, so my question was, if the green space of Swayze Park is not available due to the requirements of the green space usage coming under the trustees' remit. And the road itself that goes through Swayze Park comes under the select board, rulings, I guess. Is there a possibility of classes being able to be held on the actual roadway as opposed to the green space?
Well, the roadway is closed for now.
So could we use it while the road is closed?
Well, the board would have to have a discussion about, as Selectwoman Cowan said, if there's any room to discuss revising the 6 event per year permit.
So does the roadway also come under that 6 permitting fee paying requirements? Because I understanding that the roadway decision was to close the roadway was brought under the select board decision making for the pandemic. So would you have? I would assume the select board is then in charge of voting or making a decision on how that roadway is used.
I mean, the select board could talk, as Selectwoman Cowan said earlier, we could have a discussion about temporarily revising the policy. We'll bring it back to the select board. Selectwoman Gilman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a difference here that Ms. Palmer is making in the ownership or operation, anyway, of the road and the park itself. And I find that quite an interesting idea. I don't think personally that we need to have another discussion about the extension of the 6 events limitation because we're in these special circumstances. And I think if we go forward with this, then that's a natural extension of this permitting at this time. I appreciate why this is the perfect place for a yoga class, but I do have a problem with the Swayze trustees and using the parkway. I know Mr. Ruffner refers to swag on Swayze, and maybe we learned from that mistake that how we didn't think it was operating the way it was, quite frankly. So that's you could call it a precedent. I call it a mistake because we didn't consult with the Parkway trustees very well. I think that the town has put an effort to find a location that doesn't have these restrictions. Other events happen here and can't charge them beyond what Swayze Parkway fees are, whether or not they're selling things in there or not. But they're all nonprofits that have operated in the parkway, and almost all of them just use the road. But I find this an intriguing solution. How comfortable are yogi on pavement? That's kind of an aside, but I'm curious to know.
Probably easier than grass. I would also be intrigued about using this as a workaround. However, I would not be comfortable tying up the Parkway Road or anywhere 5 days a week, because I think that people ride their bikes.
It's for 1 hour.
That's okay. I disagree there because it is for 1 hour daily. It's out in the public, so you might get stared at from people on the benches because everybody's going to walk through, and you might even get people participating in your class for free because you're out there in the middle of the parkway. I think that right now we have the roadway closed. So, and it's to be determined still whether or not we can keep it closed forever. I think this might be a good compromise.
Any other thoughts from the board? Selectwoman Gill, Selectman Brown, go ahead.
Is there a specific definition of what an event is?
Mr. Bisson?
I do not believe the board has a definition of one. So at this time, we do not have one.
We went through this process of all the permitting, and there are various things that you can have a permit for, and we tried to combine them onto that one form. So it ended up just being called special event because there would be festivals, road races, concerts, what have you. So it just became a special event. But like I said, the roadway is just a request for blocking off the roadway that's already blocked off. But that would be where the permit comes in. And I don't remember if we charge for that or not.
When we worked on that one sheet back it started December of 19, and because Selectwoman Sermon and I worked on that with Greg and Melissa, we were trying to simplify. We had all these different options where an event was for-profit, for non-profit, resident, non-resident, resident profit, resident non-profit. So we got it down to one sheet, Selectman Brown, where it was resident, non-resident, and the fee structure was different. It was, I think, $100 for resident, $150 for non-resident. And the board voted to consolidate all of special events to 6 special events per year per permitter. And it was done because there was fear that there were certain events that were happening every year, and other folks wanted to have an opportunity to use the park. And the fear was that if we didn't put a maximum limit, then certain events would just continue and take up weekends. And there's just so many weekends. This is back, when it is April through November. So that was the idea of the board, is if you can just set a limit to 6 events, it allows, other applicants an opportunity to have some of those weekends. And we also gave the advantage to residents. I think we gave them an extra month. So in other words, if somebody had an event every year, they had an extra 30 days to get their application in before non-resident. So that's just the history behind that. Selectwoman Round-Tree-Olaf and then Selectwoman Cowan.
In the, time being of essence, is this something that we can actually vote on tonight based on the change in request for the location of the yoga classes on a daily basis, or is this something that needs to be brought back again?
No, I mean, anybody can make can make a motion.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we allow.
Can we just hear what Selectwoman Cowan has to say, and then we can go back to the motion? Is that?
Yep.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I will support having Exeter Power Yoga on the Parkway Street. I am uncomfortable with 5 days a week because I also think we need to make space if there are other groups or yoga studios. I understand we have a couple more yoga studios in town who might want to take advantage of this. So I'm just not comfortable tying up every weekday, even if it's for an hour, because I think that this is it's a really important space. I would make a motion for 3 days a week. Especially
Selectwoman Round-Tree-Olaf was going to make a motion, but
no, I know that's what I would support.
Okay.
And I think based on what happened last year, where we were able to offer you space in our town for free, that worked well. It seemed like you're still here, which is great, and so that's something that I would feel comfortable with.
And Selectwoman Round-Tree-Olaf, before you make your motion, if I could just add that for consideration, in your motion, we also need to address the topic of the fee. And also we need to focus on, what are we allowing? And is this going to open up, ongoing requests from anything to anything? That's just my concern, is the precedent is what are we setting? I'm very open to, trying to help out as best we can. And I'm interested to hear your motion. But I just think we need to think about, when we're making the motion, what are we moving and what is that potentially going to open up for future requests over the next couple months.
Okay. I also think that we have some work to do with the Attorney General's office because of how long we can keep that parkway closed. And so if, through the governor's emergency order is when that would be available.
That's a good point. And, we're not going to be able to keep it closed until we go through dealing with the Attorney General. But you make a good point. As soon as the governor lifts all the executive orders, I'm not sure legally how long we can keep it closed.
That's part of my motion.
Okay. We're ready.
Okay.
Wait, I have one thing.
Okay.
Mr. Bisson, if you can correct me, I believe this would be a road closure permit, like I said. We don't charge for those, do we?
I might have to refer to Melissa. Melissa, do you
So we have not ever had a discussion about just closing the road at Swayze and what the fees would be. Because to be honest, for example, the farmer's market uses the road. Most of the events will use the road. Some will use additional green space and some won't. So we haven't really had a discussion. I'm just being honest. It hasn't come up about this concept of just the road and what the fee would be. So I apologize.
No, that's okay. I'm speaking from my experience with the Independence Festival, where we close Water Street from Center Street to Spring Street.
I believe
but we don't get charged for that.
No, I believe that might, and I apologize. I don't do that permit. It may be through DPW and the police department. It isn't a permit that had been given to Park and Rec.
It used to be handled through the select board, but it had to be signed off by police and fire. I don't think it went directly to police and fire. But you can, I don't know. So many of them have gone through my hands. I don't recall.
I am certainly happy to look it up tomorrow. I just don't have the answer right at the moment. I apologize.
Well, I'm ready to hear a motion if there is one.
She's ready. Selectwoman Roundtree-Olaf.
There is one. There's been one sitting on the table. I'll do that, Julie. All right. I'd like to make a motion to allow for provisional 5 days a week, noon to 1 p.m. for Exeter Power Yoga to utilize the road at the end of Swayze Parkway for yoga classes. That will last until the road closure is either renewed or we have to figure out what's the date that we have on record right now.
June 30th.
So it'll either last until June 30th from tomorrow onwards, or until August 28th, which is the end of what we'll consider to be the summer. So if we extend it past June 30th, then it'll go to August 28th, and it's solely for a COVID provisional access to classes on the roadway. And that's it. We haven't heard from anyone else over the past year. No one has come forward. I think we're talking a whole lot of stuff about possibilities and things that haven't happened. And I just want us to close this and let them do it and then move on. People want to sit in the sidelines and stare, so be it.
Do you have fee waive language in there?
In terms of fee, I think we're waiving the fee because of the provisional COVID, the same way that we have for other businesses who had to make changes.
Okay, I second.
So the motion and the second on the table is to allow Extra Power Yoga access to the roadway Monday through Friday from noon to 1, commencing tomorrow through June 30th, 2021, or the end of August if the road closure is extended.
Correct.
With the fee being waived.
Yes.
That's the motion on the table and a second. Any discussion?
And not to be renewed after August 28th unless there's a specific, this would have to go through a whole new process.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan.
No.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
Aye.
The clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Nay. Motion passes 3-2. Okay. Thank you, everybody. It was thoughtful discussion. I appreciate everyone's time this evening. Okay, we have another special event application for the Seacoast Growers Association. Mr. Bisson?
Yes, the Seacoast Growers Association has submitted their annual application with the town for their farmers market starting, sorry, I'm looking at the date now. And I see Dorianne is on the line if she had any questions. Starting in a couple weeks and running through the end of October.
So it's every Thursday from May 6th to October 28th, 2021.
That's
Start
correct.
time 1 p.m. setup and time 6 p.m. breakdown. Dorianne, do you wish to speak to this permit?
Hello, my name is Dorianne Barr. I am not a resident of Exeter, so I wish permission to speak.
Are there any objections? No, seeing none, Dorianne, please go ahead.
Okay. I think that the farmers market supports the community. It supports local businesses. It also provides healthy food to the community and everyone in Exeter. We also have a SNAP program that supports the people that are in homes or that can't get out to the grocery stores. I think that Exeter supporting the farmers market is very good for everyone involved.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the permit.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, Dorianne. Mr. Bisson?
Yes, a couple memos in your packet. I'll try to be very brief because thank you for allowing this. First memo is the rec park, the small playground. If anyone's aware, I've been up at the recreation park next to the pavilion. We have a very small playground that was very instrumental in our care kids and it will be instrumental in our summer camp. That playground was in very poor condition and some major renovations had to be done. First, in part one, we had a tire swing. Tire swings are very popular, but the wear of the tire became so that it was going to be hazardous. We'd like to order a new tire swing out of our park improvement fund for $717.88.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to allow the Parks and Recreation Department to expend $717.88 from the Park Improvement Fund to contract Landscape Structures Incorporated for playground renovations.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. Part 2 of the renovation includes DPW. A big thank you to Jen Perry, Jay Perkins Sr. They have taken this on. We got several quotes to renovate it. The playground surfacing was non-compliant and thus needed to be replaced. That involved excavating the entire site out 6 inches down and replacing it with the proper playground wood chips. And good news, having talked to Mr. Perkins this afternoon, they're actually going to spread the wood chips for us. So there is a savings there as well. So if I could just have an amended motion, not the one in your packet, it's to actually allow us to expend $2,500 to contract with PR Russell, Brentwood, New Hampshire, to get certified playground chips.
So I'd entertain a motion to allow the Parks and Recreation Department to expend $2,500 from the Park Improvement Fund to contract PR Russell from Brentwood to install certified playground chips at the Recreation's mini playground.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes. And a very, very, very sincere thank you to Mr. Perkins and the DPW.
They've done an outstanding job, and I can't wait until it's done. We have some challenges in that site. It's very wet. Playground safety is actually kind of a theme of all of these. You'll see the next one, you'll see wear mats. Wear mats are rubber mats that are placed in their swings and slides. As you know, kids and adults like to swing. They kick their feet on the ground, making divots. Those divots actually makes the surfacing non-compliant. And technically, our staff should be filling those in daily, which you can see would be a tedious job to do every day because a new person would get on the swing and create a divot again. And if those divots fill up with water and freezes, again, making it a hard substance. So I am requesting money, $1,650 out of our rec impact fees to contract with the New England Recreation Group to purchase wear mats, not only for the mini playground, but for the kids park to do those. Because if you've noticed, the new swings at kids parks have those divots, and we'd like to rectify that.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion at this time to allow the Parks and Recreation Department to expend $1,650 from the recreation impact fees to contract with New England Recreation Group to purchase wear mats for the recreation park, mini playground, and kids park.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
Aye.
And clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye. Motion passes.
And lastly, it is removal of invasive plants and tree trimming. The recreation park last year, we tried organically to eradicate our invasive plants. Bittersweet and poison ivy has become rampant at the recreation park to the point where we had to snow fence off part of that mini playground we're renovating now to prevent our kids from getting in poison ivy because it was spread all over. The organic solutions didn't even touch the bittersweet nor the poison ivy to the point where we had to pay physically to have someone come in here and remove it by hand, which we don't want our employees doing, but a contractor was willing to do it. He came in and removed 20 large loads of tree debris and organic matter, i.e. poison ivy and bittersweet, from the recreation park and did a phenomenal job cleaning it up. So one of the things we're requesting again is to use $6,150 from the Park Improvement Fund to contract with Yeti Landscaping for the removal of the invasive plants and tree trimming.
Selectwoman Gilman?
Yeah, I just had a quick question for you, Greg. Have you talked to our Natural Resources Planner and the Conservation Commission about the invasive species removal? They have techniques. I don't know about poison ivy, but I know bittersweet is one of the things they deal with. but they deal with it on a volunteer basis. I just wanted to see if you had talked.
I have worked with Kristen years ago. Julie, when we had our teen adventure camp doing community service. That was actually one of their jobs. They would go to conservation areas and help remove invasive plants for them. The kids did not like it very much, so we stopped that practice. But yes, and it's something time consuming in the middle of winter. It was a perfect opportunity when the rec park was very quiet to get a lot of this work done. So
thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, I would entertain a motion to allow the Parks and Recreation Department to expend $6,150 from the Park Improvement Fund to contract with Yeti Land Care for removal of invasive plants and tree trimming at the Recreation Park.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye, the motion passes, and I'd also like to acknowledge and thank Keith and everybody at Yeti Land Care for all the work they do around town.
Yes,
thank
Keith.
Go ahead.
Keith is an unsung hero in this town.
Without a doubt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Melissa Roy with the Town Manager's Report.
Everybody, I'm going to keep it very brief. I just wanted to let everybody know, Lovey did kind of allude to this earlier, but PEA is allowing supervised trips for their students downtown. We're excited for them. I'm sure they're excited to sort of go to this next step in their school year, which I'm sure has been very challenging. I'm sure the downtown businesses will be thrilled. Principal Rawson, did email us, and they're taking the same precautions, being very, very careful. And I hope that we can all support the students with welcome arms coming back into downtown in a safe and an accepting environment. So just letting everybody know that that's happening. And I did present to Representative Pappas's committee last week, 2 projects that we're hoping, could be chosen for funding through the infrastructure projects through DC. They were the Siphons project and the Linden Street sidewalk renovation project. I do not know anything at this time, but we will keep you in the loop if we hear more.
Thanks, Melissa. And Principal Rawson did offer to come before the Select Board and give us an update this spring. We'll certainly take him up on his offer. And I just want to acknowledge all of the hard work that you have done over the last couple of weeks working with Congressman Pappas's office to put this together for the town's behalf. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, Select Board Committee reports. Selectwoman Cowan.
I have to look back at my calendar to see what happened because I don't remember. I did have planning board last week. We mostly had a planning session. We talked to each other, which was really helpful. And then there is going to be, stay tuned for lots of updates from the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee. That work is going to be challenging, to say the least, over the next couple of months.
Thank you. Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf, you had a busy week. I watched you.
Yay! Still busy. So the Housing Committee met. Unfortunately, the 2 presentations that we were supposed to have did not go through. We were supposed to hear from someone in, you know what, he didn't show up. And it's 10:33. Darren unfortunately got pulled away, so he wasn't able to attend the meeting. So it was a really short meeting where we just kind of updated each other on the things that we had discussed previously. The Arts and Culture Committee met on Tuesday for our first meeting last Tuesday, that is. Voted on chair, vice chair, and secretary. So Tony is the chair, Scott Ruffner the vice chair, and Marissa Vitolo is the secretary. We also discussed quickly sort of big projects that people would like to see happen over the next few months. One of them being what we discussed earlier in terms of events at Townhouse Common with food vendors, et cetera, et cetera. And then people just threw out ideas of things they would love to see happen. How do we engage town members with events that are coming up? How do we update people about groups that are performing, artists that are, showing their work, where all that takes place? So that was really productive, but also 43-minute meeting. Just saying. That's it.
And Swayze Park trustees, I saw you.
How can I forget that meeting too? And here we are, and now that's done. Yoga, namaste. All right.
So, thank you very much, and congratulations to Tony, Scott, and Marissa. We'll look forward to the great work they're going to do at the Arts, Culture, and Culture Committee. Selectman Brown.
Yep, I think I missed my sustainability committee meeting first.
No, I'm on the sustainability committee.
Am I an alternate, maybe? Conservation, I missed one. The Facilities Advisory Committee, they're working on milestone spreadsheets still. And then the Police Stakeholders Committee, we heard from a town resident and one of the resources for the PD. It's Dr. Nicole Sawyer. She does works on professional mental health from a retention perspective. So we got to hear a lot about work that she and the chief are doing on making sure there's lots of benchmarks set for the different stages of just all around mental wellness for the different different things that officers are dealing with. So that's it.
Thank you. It's a labor of love. I try to watch as many committee meetings as I can, and I actually did watch that, and that was just fascinating, her presentation. That was very good. Thank you, Selectman Brown. Selectwoman Gilman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only had one town committee. It was the day after we assigned committees, the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. And pretty much everything that we talked about has come before us before: fencing up the tennis courts, the ADA lift chair at the pool. We got a good or better chair than we had before when we actually got the funding for it. What the summer camps are going to look like, how talked about how to use the pool during the summer camps with the spacing, no swim lessons, things that we've already talked about with Melissa and Greg. Do you want me to go into a long list of things that didn't happen at the house? Because some of them are very important.
You can do the important ones briefly.
Yes. The biggest one is the budget. It looks like the things have been cut, so we're saving lots of tax dollars, but in the end, we are doing some kind of strange things and losing some opportunity for federal funding because we're not funding things like the state aid grants for water and sewer projects. It's proposed to cut down on positions in the Department of Transportation, the Department of Safety, and DHHS, who all are already stressed out, and it means you will have less services if this passes. A longer line at the DMV, longer wait times on the phone at DHHS, and just wait for your highway to be plowed. They expect to get $100 million in revenue from the business enterprise tax and the business profits tax because we changed the formula for that, but it doesn't count because we're giving back most of that money. We have taxpayer dollars funding people who gambled on a Ponzi scheme. I just can't believe that's in the budget. I don't remember how much it was, 80,000, 100,000 for people that gambled, and the state should pay them back. I just don't get it. And then, of course, we shoved things into the trailer bill, the HB2, that are policy situations. One was the divisive comments that can't be taught in school. That was actually a separate House bill, but just to make sure it got passed, they stuck it in the budget. We did table qualified immunity bill and the anti-sanctuary bill. And tabling means that we're just not going to, the Senate's not going to act on it this year. We can bring them back next year. But we did defeat the 2% tax cap, and we did support the positions of unions. And I think that's about as far as I get in here. So, and also in the budget is changing the governor's emergency powers so that the state legislature would have to agree or sign off on his emergency orders, which would be, getting 400 people together in a very short period of time is not likely. And that's in the budget.
Thank you for that update. I did attend the Sustainability Committee meeting, and we went over some goals and objectives for the 2020 year, including upcoming Earth Day and how we can communicate to the community about some green initiatives. So that was a fun meeting. Correspondence. We have two pieces of correspondence. One is from the Arbor Day Foundation, congratulating Exeter on earning recognition as the 2020 Tree City USA. And we received another letter from a resident at 277 Water Street asking us to consider to keep Swayze Park Road closed. Moving on to the board calendar, next Monday we have our goal setting session, and to confirm that's at 5:30 p.m. Does that time work for everybody? Okay, and are we going to do that in the Novak room, socially spaced? Everyone's comfortable with that? Masked? Okay. And our next select board meetings for the next month and a half will be April 26th, May 10th, and May 24th, if everybody could put those in your calendars. And I would just like to acknowledge and thank the 3 attendees that are still online watching us. That's a labor of love. So thank you.
One now.
And thanks to everybody that came out. We had some great discussion, great comment. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectwoman Round-Triolet.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye, we stand adjourned. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Night.